I want to thank a very important technical aspect of broadcasting this to Vivian White at Night Sky Network. I was trying to figure out how to switch from scene to scene and include two people that I wanted to on the scene where, you know, if somebody spoke up, it didn't like steal the camera, right? That happens in Zoom. And she taught me the feature of spotlight. It was like magic. So we'll use spotlight.
Forward to it. It should be fun to see this new feature. Maybe we can all be willing to use it.
Now, David, you met Carl Sagan, right?
Yes, I've met him several times.
Several
Spent
times.
quite a bit of time with him during the Impact Week.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was in Washington for that week as well.
Oh, that's awesome. David Eicher, you met him, knew him, right?
Yeah, I wrote him at first when I was 15, when I had started Deep Sky Monthly, and struck up a bit of a correspondence with him, and then got to meet him and hang out with him and spend time with him at several meetings.
That's cool.
And, you know, he was more impressive. I'm sure you found this, David, as well. You know, he was more impressive and warm and intelligent and caring and relatively tall than he was in person than he was on television. You know, he was just a very generous guy with his time and his knowledge, and glowing and very positive and incredibly smart. I remember the first professional meeting I was able to sit next to him with a bunch of other people. Chris Chiba was there as well, one of his important students. It was a meeting about comets and life and organic molecules, in fact. And, you know, he shot out questions for basically every paper that was presented. You know, he knew, he was so well read in areas that weren't his immediate research that I was blown away with that. You know, all this stuff about, well, you know, he's a popularizer and he doesn't know, you know, hogwash. You know, he was brilliantly well read across the spectrum. Uh-oh.
Are we gonna have a session where we're gonna do?
Sorry, guys, I had a customer call me, and
That's all right.
people are still searching for telescopes. They've been so scarce, you know.
Like hen's teeth.
Hello, Karim. Good to see you.
Hi, David. Just trying to get a few things set up here. How are you? You were amazing yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you. I enjoyed that interview very, very much.
So you had your program yesterday?
Yes, it was a 2.5 hour long interview on
Wow.
British radio with a whole panel of people who knew more than I did.
No, they're all outreach astronomers who are mostly hobbyists, and they loved talking to David and having somebody who shares their passion in not just astronomy but also how it connects to culture.
Right.
Yeah. So my
David,
question
hey, Jerry.
was-
Hello, how are
My
you?
question was, are we going
Good.
to have a chance to do Sagan impressions?
I don't know.
Hi, Kareem.
Hey, how are you? I'm gonna bow out from the impressions, unfortunately.
Oh. It used to be if you just said billions and billions, people knew what you were talking about. So
All right.
Johnny
Today it would be trillions and trillions.
Carson did wonderful. his impression of Sagan was so, so good and so wonderful. Do you remember it, Wendy? Oh, he loved it. And then Carl said he had never said billions and billions. And then
That's right.
At the end of his life, he did. He said, okay, I'm going to say it. Billions and billions. Yeah, I said it. He also popularized the term Google, which is now the most commonly used search engine and one of the largest businesses on the internet. And so that's another one of his contributions, which he introduced on Cosmos.
What if you had a Google of galaxies?
Instead of a gaggle.
Yeah.
But I did talk about earlier how difficult it was to find video of Carl Sagan that's not copyrighted, you know.
Yeah.
And so I was able to find a segment from 1981 where he's talking about the Hubble Space Telescope. So that will
Oh, excellent.
appear in a minute. It's pretty cool.
Hi,
The
John.
predictions that he makes about what it's going to do, I mean, pretty much all came to pass. So
But he didn't say they're really going to screw up figuring the mirror, did he?
he did not say that.
All right.
Yeah, they didn't say that.
He was, prescient, but not with everything.
Right.
It would have been impressive.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And
Did
how
he
many-
say anything? Did
the
he say
mirror.
anything about James Webb?
No,
Oh, okay.
not then. That would have been really prophetic.
James Webb was living at the time, Carl.
Yep.
Exactly.
People are always criticizing people based on our modern civilization. And, they're looking at people like James Webb through the lens of now. We're yelling and screaming at Thomas Jefferson because he owned slaves. And we're yelling and screaming at Webb because he was a little bit sexist in his hiring practices. But these were the people that in one case founded the United States and in another case founded modern astronomy and founded modern space travel. So we really owe a lot to these people, I think.
That's true. Well, everyone has their fallibilities, and
Not you, Scotty.
oh yeah. You haven't seen the party photos, so yeah.
Yes.
Yet. That's right. The yet to be, the unpublished ones, yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's very easy to judge things with perfect vision in hindsight.
Yes, it is. That's true.
And not that some morals aren't absolute, but you do need to, you're right, you need to view things with the lens of the current time in which they took place.
Well, it makes you wonder how people will view us 50 years from now.
Oh, God help us.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, very happy to see a number of people already logged in for the show. We've got Martin Eastburn. Lisa Ann Fanning says hello from New Jersey.
Really, Sam.
P. Edward Murray says hello, Dave. How you doing?
The Space Telescope, due to be launched in the 1980s, will be hoisted into orbit some 500 miles above the Earth by the Space Shuttle. Fitting into the shuttle's cargo bay, the telescope will be latched to a tilting mechanism and rotated into a 90-degree position for checkout. It will then be placed in a vertical angle, released, and its power and communication systems deployed. The periodic revisit of the shuttle will allow for the replacement of components and routine maintenance. Every 5 years, the telescope will be returned to Earth for major ground refurbishment. This ability to service the telescope through human care will extend its lifespan up to 20 years.
It will orbit above our murky atmosphere and obtain images of objects that are incredible distances away, perhaps of galaxies 14 billion light years distant, so far away that when the light first set out towards us, there was no Earth, no Sun, no Milky Way galaxy. We will be probing the time of the earliest history of the universe. Space Telescope is, in a way, a little like Galileo's first telescope. Wherever Galileo pointed his telescope, he made major new discoveries. Look at the moon, you find mountains and craters. Look at Saturn, you find rings. Look at the Milky Way, you find it is littered and composed of stars. Every one of these discoveries, things that people had not known before. I think it's going to be very similar with the Space Telescope. It will illuminate celestial objects that we know about. It will discover celestial objects never before guessed. It will provide insights into the most important questions, such as stellar evolution, such as the search for planets going around other stars, and the grandest cosmological questions of the origin, nature, and fate of the universe. Space Telescope is a kind of grand intellectual adventure for all of us, which will cast light not just on the cosmos, but also on ourselves.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and welcome to the 72nd Global Star Party. Knowing that November 9th was Carl Sagan's birthday, and that so many of us have been inspired, continue to be inspired by Carl Sagan, I decided to call the theme of this program the Inspiration of Sagan. Carl Sagan, I think the most amazing piece that I have read, something that continues to inspire me almost every day, is The Pale Blue Dot, where he convinced the Voyager mission team to turn the spacecraft around and to photograph planet Earth as just a 12 pixel wide dot against the glare of the sun. And so it's an iconic, amazing image, and his words about treating each other more kindly is very profound. And so, Sagan was an astronomer, planetary scientist, someone that is world famous for his Cosmos series, popularizing science and astronomy and space exploration. His work on extraterrestrial life, the messages sent into deep space with the Voyager spacecraft, and I think the Pioneer spacecraft as well, with a plaque. It's when you read all about what Carl Sagan did in his relatively short life, he was in his early 60s when he passed on. It is really amazing, and it's wonderful that we had someone like Carl Sagan here as part of the the canon of humanity. So Tonight we have some amazing astronomers that will be talking about their inspirations of Sagan, including David Levy and David Eicher, both who knew Carl Sagan, got to meet him, and so I'm very fortunate to be. This is a very special global star party, and we're fortunate to rub shoulders with and hear directly from people that continued to be amazed by Carl Sagan. So I'm going to introduce David Levy up first. David, as I always mention that David is a great friend to astronomers everywhere. He's one of my best friends, every time that I do a global star party and he talks about his experiences, selects his poetry, I'm just always amazed because I'm learning, more about David Levy each time. So it's a real blessing, and that happens to be true of all the people that present on Global Star Party. So David, I'm going to turn this over to you, man.
Well, thank you, Scott, and it's really a pleasure to be here today, especially to celebrate the work and the life of Carl Sagan. I met him a couple of times. The first one was at a Division for Planetary Science conference in Tucson. And Carl was sitting, they were having a break, and they're all sitting by the hotel pool. And there was Carl, and I got to meet him that day. He was a little bit quiet and subdued, but it was really quite interesting to meet him. I met him at several DPS meetings, but none more important than the time that we spent together during the Impact Week of Shoemaker Levy 9. Carl was there, and we had a dinner sponsored by the Planetary Society. And this was Carl in his prime. It was his most famous prime of his life. And he was at the table, and I was sitting across from him, and my mom, who was with me, was sitting next to him. And I think Carl asked her what her career was, and she said she is a retired geneticist. And that's all Carl had to know. Carl was my mom's friend, and they talked and they talked. And I got to do a little bit of conversation, and I said one sentence to Carl. I told him that I thought that Vice President Al Gore's lecture about the impacts was really pretty good, and I had enjoyed listening to it. And Carl stopped and he said, "How could you possibly say such a thing? Are you stupid or something? How could you listen to the drivel that Al Gore came up with, and the half-truths and inaccuracies, and dare to tell me that you like his talk? You don't have the right to say that." And I said, "Well, Carl, I'm sorry, I just like his talk, that's all." And he kind of looked there. And at the end of the dinner, I said to Mom, "I think he really was pretty impressed with you. He was pretty taken with you. And he really got you to reminisce about your years in genetics, because you were there in the time of Watson and Crick. You were a medical student when Watson and Crick discovered the structure of DNA, one of the great discoveries of our time." And Mom looked at me and said, "Besides, Carl is awfully cute, isn't he?" Anyway, so I'm going to do my quotation. My quotation for this meeting today, this Global Star Party, is from Carl. And he said these words around 1980. "Modern radio telescopes are exquisitely sensitive. A distant quasar is so faint that its detected radiation amounts perhaps to a quadrillionth of a watt. The total amount of energy from outside the solar system ever receives by all the radio telescopes on the entire planet Earth is less than the energy of a single snowflake striking the ground. And now back to you, Scotty.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you. Well, I am, I think I'm in awe of anyone that's actually had a chance to meet Carl Sagan. I know that I think sometimes scientists can be somewhat confrontational. Maybe they're used to being not afraid to speak their mind, and but that's part of being a scientist. To get out the truth, and I know that is something that Carl Sagan, was. He didn't want to believe in things he wanted to know, and so that was, that's part of paraphrasing a great quote from him, but it's you have to be brave to follow science and to lead in that way. So, and make that part of your life. Well, up next is our Astronomical League door prizes. John Goss is former president of the Astronomical League. He's on the he's one of the executive officers of the league, and the executive committee creates questions and challenges so that you can, if answered correctly, you can get special door prizes supplied by Explore Scientific. So. John, I'm going to turn it over to you, but please tell us about the Astronomical League Live program that's coming on Monday, and also the 75th anniversary event.
Right. Thank you, Scott. Yes, I will. But first, let me say a few words of my experience with Carl Sagan.
Okay.
I was 22 at University of Washington in Seattle. And Carl Sagan was there visiting to give a lecture series. And I was a nobody. And I was standing there in the physics building talking to some friends. And he came walking down the hallway with some of the higher ups in the physics department who I didn't know who they were, but I recognized him. And that's it. I guess he saw me. So I feel blessed in a way, but that's it. I've always liked Carl Sagan for one reason. For the big reason is that he tended to deal with the why we like astronomy, why we're into this, why we study the heavens, and he spoke somewhat on the how and the what, how things were done and stuff. But he inspired people with the why, always talking about why we're doing this, why it means something special to all of us. And to me, that kind of addressed inner feelings and helped inspire me to look at the stars and continue to look at the stars. But anyway, enough of that, because I'm sure other people will have something much more eloquent to say than I could ever do.
I think that part of the important thing is that you are someone that's been inspired by someone like Carl Sagan.
Oh, yeah.
I know there's other people who have inspired you, but you're someone that has been involved in astronomy and amateur astronomy for the better part of your life. And so.
And I've often said to people that I think, as you mentioned, the pale blue dot.
Yeah.
To me, that is the best essay ever written by anybody.
I would agree.
It really hit home. And as you said, you can read it every day, and you kind of walk away nodding your head going, yeah, that's right. But okay, but anyway, Astronomical League Live is coming up on this coming Monday night. And it's sort of a special event in that Monday happens to be the exact date or exact day of the 75th anniversary of the Astronomical League, founded in 1946, way back, long before my time. And so the league has progressed quite a bit, and we're going to be talking a little bit about that stuff. But you know how it is. You don't want to have a whole program to people, slapping each other in the back, saying how great the league is and all that. So we'll have a little bit of that, of course. But what we want to do is also have a discussion, a presentation on the upcoming almost total lunar eclipse the following week on the
19th?
the overnight of the 18th and then end of the 19th. Yeah. So we're going to have a little program given by Alan Dyer of the RASAC about this. So if you want to find out more about this eclipse, please tune in on Monday night. Same bat time, same bat channel as this. So see there, I just dated myself. But anyway.
And all the rest of us
Yeah.
as well.
So what we're doing tonight is that we like to ask three questions to people, and they're welcome to answer them. Let me pull this up, and you'll see what I'm talking about, maybe. Okay, we have three questions about trivia questions, something about the sky. But before we do, we'd like to emphasize to people about observing the sun, to make sure you use proper solar filter, solar equipment, which are pretty common out there, but you got to have it. Squinting really tightly just doesn't work on this. You got to have the right filters. And if you don't, severe eye damage is a distinct possibility. But one reason for bringing this up this time is we do have a total solar eclipse coming in another 2 or 3 weeks, 3 weeks. Of course, you got to be in Antarctica to see it. But if you're down there, you're pretty lucky you're in the right spot. But as you also know, in another 2.5 years, is that right? 2.5 years, we're having another one sweep across the United States.
That's
so
right.
we're all looking forward to that. You won't be able to escape the fact of that. But anyway, let's move on. Answers from last week's questions posed by Carol Orge, our president of the Astronomical League. Let's go through those. Question number 1, who describes Saturn's rings as the years of a teacup? Well, that's the famous Galileo. As Carl Sagan was just saying, about Galileo seeing all the first stuff. Well, there you go. Number 2, Vesta is which type of celestial body? Well, I hope we all got this one right, asteroid. And question number 3, what is the sun's outermost atmosphere called? And it was the corona. When we ask these questions, we ask the people to send the answers, not to me or to Scott, but send them to the secretary at astroleague.org. And our secretary is Terry Mann, and she will gather all these, and I think she does a drawing and pulls out the winners.
Mm-hmm.
So for this week, the winners from last week, well, you got the whole list of them there. I shouldn't read them all because there's a whole bunch of them, but I do recognize a number of names on there, and thank you for participating weekly. Okay, this week. Again, send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. I don't know why the S on secretary is a special color, but that's the way it goes. Question number 1. Venus currently lies in the southwest 60 minutes after sunset for observers at mid-northern latitudes. Venus returns to about the same location in the November early evening sky every A, 8 years, B, 120 years or so, because it's tied to transits of the sun, C, 19.5 months, 584 days, because of its synodic period. So which of those 3 is the correct answer? Well, also on the left-hand side, you'll see a bunch of logos. The bottom one, we're having our Alcon this coming year, Alcon 2022 in Albuquerque at the end of July. So you're all welcome to come to that. Ought to be good, because we haven't had it in 3 years. Well, we had a great Alcon last year, but that was all virtual. But this will be in person. Question number 2. The great squares in asterism comprise of stars borrowed from what 2 constellations? A, Altair and Fomalhaut. B, Pegasus and Andromeda. C, the Pleiades and the Hyades. Kind of a trick question. Number 3, Here we go with our lunar eclipse. We have our lunar eclipse coming in 10 nights. Lunar eclipses can occur only when the moon is full and when the moon, A, crosses the ecliptic, B, reaches the first point of Aries, C, lies above the horizon. So compile your answers, send them to secretary@astroleague.org, and we'll see what happens. One more slide for you before I sign off here. Talking about the Astronomical League birthday coming up on Monday night. Alan Dyer will be talking about how to photograph the lunar eclipse. Remember, this is not a total lunar eclipse, but it's almost 97%. For me, one thing I want to see watching this eclipse is, since this is during full moon, you probably know during the full moon, you cannot really see the Pleiades or any of the stars nearby. But as the moon slides into their shadow, things get darker. And I like to see about how much the moon is covered before the Pleiades pop out. And you can see Pleiades will be pretty close. Excuse me, the Pleiades will be pretty close to the moon. But it'd be nice to see what time that they pop out and you can actually see them.
I've just received a challenge for an image to try and take. So thank you for that.
Yeah. It's there's not many times you can see the Pleiades during a full moon, but this is about as full as it gets. But yeah, it won't be very bright. That's all I have. And I appreciate you letting me ramble on like this, say something about Carl Sagan, because I think he was one of the greats. And as I just said, I think the pale blue dot is the best thing ever written. Pretty cool. So thank you. And I'll stop my share maybe.
Yeah, I can do that for you.
Please do. For some reason, mine's not.
Oh, okay, great. So that I can only imagine. I mean, seeing such a luminary as someone like Sagan come in just to hang out with the guy for a few minutes would probably be a memory that almost anyone that's interested in astronomy like we are, it would be burned into our minds for a lifetime for sure. So very cool, very cool. We had someone in chat, Carlos Hernandez, who has presented on Global Star Party before and has contributed some of his space art to some of our programs, says, I was fortunate to have met Carl Sagan in 1995 at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory for the Galileo probe entry into Jupiter's atmosphere. I was invited to attend the probe, I was invited to attend the probe entry at JPL by astronomer Glenn Orton. We were reviewing the data from the probe, then decided to take a break and get lunch. We sat down at a large round table outside, and all of a sudden, a large group of people showed up, and then sits down at our table. Sitting next to me is none other than Carl Sagan. He started to talk about amino acids in the rings of Uranus. He was very pleasant and is greatly missed. So excellent. Great memory. Up next is David Eicher. David has been running a series. He's on his beautiful minerals and crystals, and he too is someone that has had some time to spend with Carl Sagan. David, I'll turn it over to you, man.
Thanks, Scott. I'll say a few words about Carl, if I can, before I go into one of my favorite subjects. And it was kind of a subject of his. He was essentially one of the founders, of the field of what came to be called cosmochemistry. His background was in chemistry and also in physics and astronomy originally. So he liked the chemicals and the minerals too. I was fortunate enough to strike up a correspondence with Carl before Cosmos. It was when I was just starting to get Deep Sky Monthly as a little amateur publication going in 1977. I was 15 years old when I started up at the time, and I wrote him and sent him copies of it for career advice, which I ended up ultimately not following because I bailed on becoming an astronomer and liked writing about it so much that, but I had an association and a correspondence that went on with him. And I was electrified when he sent me a copy of the book cosmos that was inscribed to me as a friend of the cosmos. And I eventually got to meet him and spend some time with him at meetings. And one of them that comes to mind most strongly was a meeting. It was, of all places, in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. It was called Comets and the Origin of and Evolution of Life. And of course, this was right up Carl's alley. And he had a very brilliant student at the time who became an important professor called Chris Chiba, who's a great guy from Cornell. And they were there presenting, and I got to spend time with Carl and sit next to him and Chris and hear him. And, you know, he struck me as just a very, very generous, warm guy. He was taller than I anticipated he was from seeing him on television. He was immaculately dressed at that time, you know, and had pulled out something to give me something out of his cards, out of his wallet. He looked like a star, you know, by then.
Yeah.
But he was very nice and very generous with his time and listening to, you know, a kid talk about this and that. So he's really a wonderful guy. And, you know, all this business that he took for a while later on, that he was just a popularizer and he was, you know, glomming onto the spotlight and this and that. He asked questions in that room in a huge variety over the course of most of a week, I think it was, all over the fields from all the presenters. And he knew the details of papers and the intricacies of questions that he was asking like nobody's business. He was so well read and so well established in his knowledge about everything. It blew me away. So this business, well, he was just a popularizer. Back in those days, it was kind of a dirty word, you know, for a true professor of astronomy to be spending time with outreach. You know, God knows, you know, if they'd only known then what, you know, they came to know over the last generation. But he was a very warm, very caring, very nice guy. And one thing, thinking back on it, by 1996, my predecessor as editor-in-chief at the magazine was there, but I was the managing editor, and we were putting together an editorial board. And I knew Carl was out on the West Coast and that he was ill, but I had no idea how ill he was. And I called him up at the clinic where he was and talked to him and said, you know, Carl, we really would love to have you on this editorial advisory board. You know, it would mean so much to us. You know, we won't, you know, make too much of a demand on your time. We'll try on it. And after we talked about that and what the magazine was doing and so on, and some science topics, he said, well, David, nothing would make me happier than to be on that board. 2 weeks later, he died. I had no idea how incredibly ill he was. And for him to say such a line as that, knowing that he was critically ill, and it just blew my mind afterward, you know. So he was really a wonderful, brilliant, very warm guy. And of course, Anne is still around and is very nice and articulate and sort of doing a lot to sustain Carl's vision, you know, with the things that she's working on as well. So anyway, as I mentioned, one of the things that Carl Sagan originally got into was chemistry, and essentially helped to found the field of what became known as cosmochemistry. So I will look at a little bit of that, if I can share my screen again, and talk about a few more mineral specimens, if you'd like. And can you now see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
And you see a slideshow, even better.
Yeah.
And again, this is talking about Earth's universe of minerals. This is a tanzanite crystal that is a rare mineral from Tanzania and is very hard silicate, and of course is cut into this gorgeous blue, gemmy, blue-purple jewelry stones. I'd like to talk about mineralogy in terms of how it represents order, the order of the universe. Thomas Jefferson, our founder, one of our founders of this country, of the United States, liked to say, I believe in a divinely ordered universe. Isaac Newton, even before his time, liked to say, truth is ever to be found in the simplicity and not in the multiplicity and confusion of things. Well, the more we've found out over the centuries and the decades, in part because of Isaac Newton leading on up to Carl Sagan and successors, the universe is not ordered by supernaturalism, but by the principles of physics and natural science, natural philosophy, as it was called originally. Minerals demonstrate that in that their atoms are assembled in precise ways by electrochemical attractions, inherent properties of the atoms that make them up and guide them into assembling in a specific crystal lattice. So this is a good lesson of how we learn about how the universe really works, not through magic or superstition or dreams, but through the properties of science. So I've been accused, and rightly so, by many who I've talked about minerals with, of being fluorite centric. This is one of my favorite minerals, fluorite. And I'll tell you
what a thing to be accused of.
You crazy person, you're fluorite centric. I'm sorry. Okay. But it's a good mineral. When I was starting to get into this, I inherited a collection of stuff from my father, and then I started collecting my own things at shows and here and there and everywhere. And fluorite is relatively inexpensive compared to some of the minerals. So it also comes in a huge range of colors: purple, lilac, yellow, green, blue, pink, champagne, et cetera, et cetera. It's a primary mineral that comes along as a so-called gang mineral, not particularly valuable in these hydrothermal veins, hot mineral-rich fluids that are coming together and over time crystallizing. It's calcium fluoride, CaF2 is what it is chemically. It was named in 1797 by an Italian mineralogist for the Latin word to flow, because it's used as a flux even to this day in smelting iron to control the viscosity, the thickness of the molten iron. It comes from countless great localities. It's a common mineral, and it comes in lots of forms and colors. So I really like it. And you can tell me, Scott, no, right now if you'd like to, but I was planning on doing a part 2 on fluoride too.
No!
If you don't like tonight, you can scratch that and I'll go on to something.
Hey, I too like fluoride. So there you go, man. Yeah.
All right. So here's what it is. It's a very simple crystal structure. This is as simple as things get practically, mineralogically. It has what mineralogists call an isometric crystallography. That's a fancy word for cubic, basically. And you can see the calcium and fluorine atoms here in a crystal lattice example here of a cube. Fluorine is an exceptionally poisonous gas. But when it's a solid and locked up in things like fluorite crystals or sodium fluoride, which we brush with, I hope, twice a day. I don't need to call your dentist, do I? Okay.
Yeah.
It's very helpful and it's not poisonous at all. So, so now I'd just like to show the first of several hundred examples. No, I'm just kidding. The first of maybe a couple of nights of fluorites, and just the incredible variety you see. And even though the basic crystallography, I say, is cubic here, you can see there are variations on it a little bit. This is a sort of a desirable by collectors, this soft sort of pink fluorite, which comes from a couple of localities in Peru, chiefly, among other places. This is a good hand-sized specimen. Here's a sort of a glassy olive green with tinges of purple, English fluorite. There's a tremendous variety and number of localities of fluorite coming from England. And this just kind of shows you a bit of it. Here's another from England, from the famous Hilton mine, with this sort of very vibrant honey yellow color. You can see the intertwined cubes there of, there's a property of crystallography, we won't go into it now, called twinning, in which crystals can grow and be twinned in various ways together. That's an example of that. Here is this sort of weirdo, kind of space eye, bright green fluorite from Namibia. That looks a little bit strange and sci-fi like in some examples. This is one that's from the Rock Candy Mine, which is in British Columbia in the Greenwood Mining Division in Canada. And you can see here, often as minerals crystallize, which sometimes they do very quickly, you can see if you control it in the right way, you can see salt crystallize almost in real time if you set things up the right way. But a lot of minerals take thousands or tens of thousands of years or longer, or hundreds of thousands of years to crystallize. This is an example that changed its chemical fluid makeup as it crystallized, and that is reflected in the changing color here of the impurities that give it its coloration. Ditto here with this from Namibia, this bit that has multiple colors with little cubes here, there, and everywhere. Here is an interesting kind of crystal habit of these tiny fluorite crystals from France, from the famous Le Roc quarry in France, and you can see interesting colors there as well. Here's fluorite with chalcopyrite or chalcopyrite, you can pronounce it, from the famous Annaberg district and old mining region in Germany. And you can see a sort of honey colors and yellow again there as well with it. This is from the Black Forest in another German location, and that's some sort of staining or impurities of iron down there, the orangey stuff, think of Mars, iron oxide. But the mineral itself here, the color is of this big, whopping big cube is sort of this sky blue. Here's Grant County, New Mexico, the famous Pine Canyon deposit there. And you can see these not cubic, but sort of triangular variations on cubic crystallization, and a very rich, deep purple color here. And we go back to South Africa for some sort of sea green coloration. This is from Riemsbach, South Africa. Then there's a very famous American color, and it's called the Bingham Blue from Bingham. This is just a stone's throw away from our favorite one of our favorite radio telescopes, now still going, the Very Large Array in Socorro County. Comes the famous Bingham Blue, and this is very, very rich, bright blue color. This is Coahuila, Mexico, this sort of intergrown, overgrown cubes of this dynamic purple you can see here. Here's colorless fluorite, of which there's lots. This comes from Dalnogorsk, Russia. These sort of clear, water clear cubes. And I will finish with a very bright, very vibrant purple from the Navidad mine, Durango, Mexico, of again, these triangular crystal variations on the cubes. And so that is all I have, Scott, tonight, other than to remind you about special surprises coming up, especially in January in Astronomy Magazine.
Yeah.
And I will stop sharing now. And thank you for putting up with the fluorite.
Yeah, I recommend more fluorites for our program. So
I think we definitely need
double
at least
down
a
on
part
the
3.
fluorites, dude.
I could do it one more week of fluoride, and then after that you'd say, stop it. Okay, so I'll do one more time, I'll do fluoride, and then I'll move on.
They're so beautiful. I can't imagine anybody would say no to a fluoride,
And remember, not calcium fluoride, but sodium fluoride is what we're helping in our water and in our toothpaste to remineralize our teeth, which are essentially made out of what mineral from last week?
Calcium.
Hydroxyapatite, which is a calcium apatite mineral. the hardest things in our body, they're made mostly of hydroxyapatite, and we can recrystallize that mineral by using fluoridated water, which is sodium fluoride, unless you're Aaron Rodgers, and then you probably don't use it.
But you say you do.
And Aaron Rodgers did so well on the Jeopardy episode. Apparently, he's decided he's above the law now. So
I'm sorry. Our local favorite quarterback, we learned, is secretly insane after 15 years.
Well, money does that sometimes in sports.
Right.
He's not the first
No.
athlete to go insane
No.
after having a good career. So
Right.
that's almost to be expected nowadays.
So is this an argument for why astronomers aren't paid much money as they need to keep us sane?
Yes, because after a while, if you begin to have lots of money and you forget that it's the night sky that drives your passion, you go around and start to present the night sky as if you invented it. Carl Sagan never did that. And from what I know of Carl Sagan, what I'm struck with is that he always asked the hard questions. I know we have another presentation to get to, my fellow rascal, but that is one thing that, you talked about Carl Sagan looking all the part of a celebrity, but he always came across as someone who deferred to the grandeur of the night sky, the fact that we're made of the stuff that's in the night sky. And I think his main goal to those that concern themselves more about the things Aaron Rodgers are doing, we should humble ourselves and realize that we're just a tiny speck here in a huge, grand universe that in part created us. So
absolutely. He stayed grounded, which is amazing. And he also kept the context of what's happening on Earth and solar system exploration. And that really kept him in touch with what the priorities were. And the reason why, he talked often about the idea of curiosity pushing the human bounds of knowledge. And that's why we shouldn't just look at the problems on Earth, but why you do need to keep space exploration in mind and pushing the boundaries of knowledge.
You know what? Some scientists, and our dear departed pal Stephen Hawking was a little bit this way, are still with us. Great friend and wonderful guy Avi Loeb is quite a bit this way. Some scientists like to push buttons and test things and see how people react and say outrageous. Carl was about the most centrist, grounded, rational guy you would ever talk to. He did not vary at all from what mainstream science and empirical experimental results were returning. Not at all.
He didn't. And he also grew up in that environment where he had a certain amount of prestige to be able to do that, to be able to communicate those ideas. And he acknowledged that. He acknowledged the fact that he had that level of authority when he speaks. And that's something that not everybody had at that time. And it's one of the things that we're fighting for now is the inclusivity, so that no matter who you are, wherever you come from, if you have the merit and you've done the work, you should have the voice or the audience.
Yes. And not to belabor this, but there's a story for another time. But when he started out at the University of Chicago, he was at Yerkes for a while. He got bounced around and not taken terribly seriously by a number of people. And he had to ending up at Cornell was a reaction to the early treatment that he got.
And Cornell benefited because they already had the experience with Feynman. They knew the importance of having somebody there who's willing to talk to the public and talk to young students and explain to them the ideas. I mean, we talk about standing on the shoulders of giants, but the giants stood on the shoulders of giants as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, this is a nice segue to our next speaker, which is Karim Jaffer. And Karim is a professor at John Abbott College. He is one of the movers and shakers of outreach at the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, Montreal Center. And he has been on a number of global star parties, which is wonderful. A great educator and, someone that is inspiring in himself as well, at least inspiring to me in the way that he brings across his material. And so, Karim, I think your presentation is Sagan in the classroom.
Yep, it's talking a little bit about what inspiration he's given to the way in which I cover some material, but specifically the way in which I bring some of his knowledge and his teachings into the classroom. But I do want to talk a little bit about the RASC because I always do. And the last couple of weeks, I've been bringing in some guests, and I actually have a whopper lined up for next week where we're going to get a tour of an observatory in Victoria, BC. But we're also going to meet one of the youth members out there who's doing some incredible work, including publishing some cartoons in our Sky News magazine. And Nathan is going to join us and talk a little bit about his experience as a youth member of the RASC out there on the West Coast. What's happening in Montreal? Well, this weekend we actually have our annual general meeting, but we also have this wonderful initiative that our outreach person, Russell, has been putting together, which is to start focusing a little bit on citizen science. And so since we're talking Carl Sagan, I wanted to talk a little bit about citizen science as well, because one of the things that I feel is kind of a legacy of Sagan is this idea that it's important to be a part of an understanding as well as an exploration into the night sky, into astronomy, into science in general. And citizen science gives everyone a window into modern day research and a way to collaborate and actually contribute to some of these cutting edge areas of research. So if anybody wants to come as a guest, just email me, montrealrasc@gmail.com, and I'll send you the information. It's going to be on Wednesday, November 18th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because daylight savings time has ended now, and we've got our very short days here in Montreal. The other thing I wanted to mention, and David Levy just yesterday was our guest on Astro Radio, Reach Out and Touch Space panel. And thanks to those of you who joined in from the Explore Alliance audience, as well as from the RASC audience. Reach Out and Touch Space yesterday set a record for synchronous listeners. Now, this is a volunteer radio station, wow, and their panel show has a ton of listeners with the repeats of the show throughout the week. But synchronously, we hit 295,000 listeners for David Lee.
Wow, that is awesome. That is awesome.
It was incredible. And it was all over the world. We had people from Australia, from Iran, research station in the Arctic, from Russia, from China. We had people sending in questions from South America, from different regions of Africa, from Chad. It was fantastic to see the response. And David was just open to sharing stories and talking about his experience. And it was just an incredible, incredible program. And this Thursday, we have Dr. Natalie Willett, who at the moment is giving a James Webb Space Telescope outreach session with the Canadian Space Agency. And on Thursday, she's going to be on our Reach Out and Touch Space show as well. So everyone's welcome to attend. The other reason why I wanted to mention this is because the person who runs Astro Radio and who hosts the music side of the show is Pete Williamson, who is a fellow of the Royal Astronomical Society, a member of our Montreal Center, albeit a distance member, like Chuck Allen. But also, Pete is the one who presented for us on the International Astronomy Day on using remote telescopes and solar system probes. And so one of the things he's been doing is actually sharing a lot of his images with me to share in the classroom. And just today, he imaged Comet 67P, Churyumov Gerasimenko, and he not only imaged the comet, but he also went back and reprocessed one of the Rosetta probe images. And I've shown the Rosetta probe to my students a few times. And so getting to see some of these images in more clarity, being able to see the actual ridge detail on some of this rock is just incredible. But I know whenever I talk to the students about the Rosetta Stone, there's some that are just astounded by the fact that we actually had a lander land on a comet in space, in the solar system, as it was going through its orbit. And that astonishes them. The whole orbital trajectory, the way in which you have the gravitational assist as it moves out, that's inspiring to the ones who want to be aeronautical engineers or who just really enjoy seeing the complex mathematics involved in space exploration. But then there's some who are just captivated by this idea of what it might look like on the surface of another world or of a remnant from the creation of the solar system. And these little video clips that were put together that look like, you're in the Alps and it's a snowy night, or it looks like you're mountain climbing somewhere in the Laurentians or the Rockies. These things capture our imagination. And I love bringing these into the classroom because the students connect so much to the visual. And this is something that I feel really Carl Sagan brought, especially through the Cosmos series, is he brought these visuals and these artistic renderings of the data to share with people why this captures our imagination, why this inspires us. And we talked at the start about the pale blue dot, and the pale blue dot is one of those iconic images. Voyager 1 was 60 million kilometers away. It was at 40 astronomical units from us, past Neptune's orbit. It was finished its primary mission. It had looked at the outer planets. It was on its way out of the solar system. And we now know that it's actually past the heliopause. It's no longer under the influence of the solar wind. It's now in interstellar space. At that time, we had no idea whether we would ever hear from Voyager 1 again. We didn't know how long it would last. We didn't know whether or not it would even survive the passage through the Kuiper Belt area, and whether or not the Kuiper Belt really was flat, or whether there were objects that we just hadn't seen on an incline. So there it was, about 30 plus degrees above the ecliptic, leaving the solar system. And Carl Sagan proposed taking a picture. And they said yes. NASA said, all right. JPL, University of Arizona, they worked together and they worked out the actual mathematics of taking this picture. And this picture was taken with 3 colored filters. The image exposure time was 0.72 seconds for 2 of the filters and less than half a second for the 3rd filter. And it was part of a series of images. And I'll talk to you about the series of images in a few moments. But here's what's astonishing. And I do have to correct Scott a little bit on this, but this image is 640,000 pixels. That pale blue dot is less than 12% of 1 pixel.
Oh, okay.
It is
so the information I
insane.
found was it was saying 12 pixels. So
no, it's less than 0.12 of a pixel.
My God. Okay.
And so in 2020, they actually remastered it to try to draw out just a little bit more detail. And so you can just see it a little bit more clearly with modern techniques, but still, it's so humbling. And it's so amazing to see this tiny little blue dot. Everyone you've ever known, everyone who's ever been, has been on that little blue dot. And I remember Michael Collins writing about this when he had moved to the far side of the moon in the command module while Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin were down on the actual surface of the moon. The idea that everybody else was on the other side of the moon and he was there alone on the far side of the moon, separated from all of humanity. And here is this little thing we created that's now so far away that this is the tiniest little bit that we can see. Now, one of the really neat things about this is not the only picture that was taken that day, but it was actually Valentine's Day, 1990. And what Sagan proposed was actually a solar system family picture. Now, Mercury was way too close to the sun, so they weren't able to get a picture of Mercury. But from the top left to the bottom right, you have Venus, you have Earth, you have Mars, you have Jupiter, and then you have Saturn and Uranus and Neptune. You've got Saturn there. I believe Mars is the one that's missing, if I'm not mistaken. Uranus and Neptune are both a bit blurred, and the reason for that I'll show you momentarily, but it has to do with the angle with which Voyager was taking those pictures. But the Earth is in this little strip of light, which is actually an artifact because of how close the Earth was to the sun when that picture is being taken, that you actually have this sunlight that's scattering off of the lenses, the cover of the lens on Voyager 1, which is creating this dynamic central maximum of light. And that's exactly where that pale blue dot was found. Now, this is kind of a schematic to show you where Voyager was in terms of an angle above the ecliptic and where all the different planets were. And the actual images that were taken were all of these specific snapshots of the different planets. And then this strip of shots were done for Uranus and Neptune to try to capture those with as much detail as possible. This amounted to a very small amount of data, about 60 frames in total. Those 60 frames could not be sent by Voyager 1 to us. They were stored on a little tape deck on Voyager 1. And they couldn't send them right then when it was taken because the Galilean and the Magellan spacecraft were actually occupying priority on the Deep Space Network. So it had to wait to March to May over the span of 3 months. The data was slowly sent to Earth and then reconstituted into those images. This gives us a view of just how small our home is in contrast to the size of the solar system. But that's not the only view you've had. And so I feel that this one was inspired very much by Carl Sagan doing that solar system family day on Valentine's Day, 1990. And this is the day the Earth smiled. And this was taken when Cassini went into the eclipse shadow of Saturn with the sun behind. And I love the rings on this image. But what I also love about this image is if you zoom in, you actually see our little pale blue dot. And it comes out blue simply because of the scattering of the light off of our clouds in this image with the color contrast that you have. Now, at the moment Cassini took this picture, NASA went above and beyond, and they asked all astronomers on Earth that had a view of the night sky to look up and take a picture of Saturn. And so they constituted a picture of the Earth from all of these images from the amateur astronomers. And they asked everyone to smile and wave. So this is the day the Earth smiled, July 19th, 2013. So Cassini actually took another picture of our pale blue dot, but this time we were all looking back.
That
cool. Just moves me.
That is very cool.
Now, the biggest moments that I find bringing Sagan into the classroom come from the Cosmos show. And I talk to them a little bit about Cosmos. We do the Eratosthenes experiment together in class, and I show them his little clip on Eratosthenes. And these days, for some, I even show them the Neil deGrasse Tyson version of the Eratosthenes experiment clip on Cosmos. And a lot of them ask me sometimes why I bring the old Carl Sagan clips in when there's the new show, or when there's all of these awesome YouTube celebrities who do these videos as well. And I talk to them a little bit about inspiration and the groundbreaking nature of what Carl Sagan was doing, trying to bring astronomy to the masses. And one of the ones that I love is this way, when we talk about life in the solar system, you know, we talk about extremophiles, and we talk about looking on Earth at the different types of organisms that exist in incredibly extreme climates. And then we talk about what we might find in Europa under the ice with the Europa Clipper, or what we might find on Ganymede in the underground ocean, or what we might find in Enceladus if we actually get through the plumes into the actual area under the ice crust there. But what Sagan brought was this imagination of what if the actual life we see is different from our own. If it's something different, if it's constituted in a different way. And then artists put this together into these renderings of floaters and hunters and an entire life cycle of organisms that could then sustain themselves. And what I loved about the theatrics at that time is bringing Sagan to a window where he's looking out over Jupiter and watching this sort of an ecosystem that he's imagined and bringing it into knowledge. And this is something that Cosmos, the new one, has done very well, bringing the spaceship that Neil deGrasse Tyson sits into, and even diving into droplets of water and driving into the underground geysers under Enceladus. And it really starts to capture your imagination. And Sagan often said that imagination will carry us to worlds that never were, but without it, we go nowhere. Because our imagination really has to drive our passion and drive our ability to look beyond what we know and actually start to probe into what we don't know. But as we said, Sagan was also incredibly grounded. And so at the same time as you have that quote, you have this one as part of the pale blue dot. And this is what I want to leave you with today. The Earth is the only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate. Visit, yes. Settle, not yet. Like it or not, for the moment, the Earth is where we make our stand. So at the moment, I'm working with my students on actually trying to put together projects on remote sensing of the Earth to try to detect environmental impact on different areas of the Earth to try to work out whether our current environmental policies match what we're actually seeing happen using our space-based satellites. A lot of me wonders, now that we have all of this capability and all this instrumentation, who's going to be the next visionary to really make us recognize not just the context of what we're seeing, but also the importance of all of the knowledge, not just select parts. Thanks for your attention tonight. And please, if you haven't ever before, watch some of the videos of Carl Sagan and Cosmos because they are inspiring beyond belief.
Wow, thank you very much. As always, a pleasure, Karim. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Well, up next is Adrian Bradley. Adrian has been on Global Star Party a number of times. He's a regular contributor. He is someone that also inspires us with all of his incredible nightscapes. And I think he has a thing or two to say about Sagan as well. But, but it's so far, this has been a great show.
Yeah, and my video apparently caught back up. For a while it was behind. Remember, I'm having that issue, but
oh right.
Yeah, it's so now everything works. So brief introduction. Adrian Bradley. David saw a few of my photos, really liked them, and I'm forever grateful because I started doing widescape astrophotography, or nightscapes as they're called, due to a simple image that David put up when he was down in the southern hemisphere and he shot the Southern Cross, I believe from outside the hotel room or something. And there those four stars sat, and for some reason it dawned on me that you can catch starlight in with a camera, and it took off. Yes, I am 50 years old. My birthday was yesterday. So I've made 5-0, and let's hope I make a few more, many more. And so that kicked off the now obsession of doing night sky photography. And what I've learned over the time that I've been doing it is there's always the imagination, Karim, that you just mentioned, goes into the nightscape photography, maybe more so than classic astrophotography. If you try to shoot the Heart Nebula and it doesn't look like the Heart Nebula, you know you went wrong. But in nightscapes, whatever you shoot is in front of you, and you're free to interpret it. Some things should look a certain way, but there's a little more of an interpretation, and how you frame things becomes a bit of an imaginary thing. Now, tying this to Carl Sagan, for me, looking out in the universe and seeing all of the pale dots in the night sky, I think of it sort of in reverse to what the pale blue dot was. You have Voyagers out there, and I often look at the Big Dipper because it's generally the direction that Voyager, I believe Voyager 1 is heading in that direction. Voyager 2, I believe, is heading toward Canis Major and towards Sirius. So looking at those areas in the night sky, and you're sort of watching as Voyager joins the stars out there. And so it's, and being admittedly Catholic, Carl Sagan challenges those of us who have our religion to take a deeper look within ourselves and reconcile our beliefs with what we know to be fact, which is the stardust. We learn every Sunday God created heavens and earth, and we challenge some of those things in our mind, not to say, well, our beliefs are completely baseless and false. And we know the Catholic Church has had its share of brush-ins against science, but then too, the Catholic Church is trying to come around to understanding the true science behind things and not so much just pasting everything with theology. So Sagan has made an impact enough to where even those of us who go to church on Sunday even recognize that there's truth to the fact that we are made from stardust. It isn't magic. Our latest pope has said God's not a magician, such as the way many of us may have grown up believing. So science and astronomy has opened my perception to, well, what's really out there, and we can understand this stuff. It isn't just magic. It is real. And I think Carl Sagan represents searching for what's real. I remember an eclipse picture and somebody in our club saying, and there were like 50 people watching something that's real, and it stuck to my mind. And in this era of COVID, you've got a lot of different things going, a lot of social media that, opinions are then made fact.
I'll comment on something here, Adrian. A famous quote by Carl Sagan is that science is not only compatible with spirituality, it is a profound source of spirituality.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. And before I go too far off into the weeds, I actually want to present some of the images because I went out recently to one of my favorite places, which is Point O'Bark Lighthouse Park. You're seeing it from you're seeing it from earlier this year in March. There are two favorite images of mine that I took, but what I want to show you is then and now. March 2021, I was able to take this image. It's the fall. To my left, aurora is going on, but I stopped to take this picture because I wanted to capture the lighthouse and the Milky Way. So I went back to do it again, this time with Orion rising. That's now. They've installed lights here, bright yellow lights, and this angle is now ruined. And that's it. I can't do it anymore. There'd be nice fall coloration and everything, but the lights, they came out. So what do? I take a picture and I just use those lights to create a shadow, and I still get the Milky Way over Lake Huron. And so you just have to use your imagination. If you can't do the type of shot you wanted to do, you find another one with what you've got. And so there was, like I said, there was aurora. So if you turn to your left, this is what you saw on that same night. You took a shot and you saw these colors of distant aurora from the spring equinox.
You're sure that's not the Chicago lights, right?
Chicago is further
I'm just
west.
teasing you, man.
That they're not the Taos lights either. This location is in the Thumb in Michigan, and it crosses Saginaw Bay into Taos, and there's a different, like this little town right here. If you can see my cursor, there's a little town right here. Yeah. So they're getting to see the aurora too. So it's a beautiful sight. So as of so the night that I went, that was that shot, and there's something red on the horizon, but I believe it's more of an artifact. And look at it, the bright light just lighting things up behind me. So nothing to see, moving on. But it didn't mean that I didn't give it a try to get some good pictures. Despite all of this lighting, I was still able to produce some photography. And here are some of the efforts that I had. I had both a Sony non-modified camera and a Canon modified camera. All of you doing astro photography work or even nightscapes, you can incorporate the nebulosity, the HA regions in your nightscapes and really set them apart. There was some haze in the sky that night, but I was still able to get this. The sky here at its best is around a Bortle 3. So it is a very nice sky. So these are a few of the shots that I tried to take despite all of this lighting going on. I did my best, and let's see, there's a couple that I like. So I was able to cut the light off in the photo here, and I ended up with this. It's a little bluish. This was the unmodified camera, and you can see the progress that they've made in turning this. What they're doing is they're turning it into a place more friendly to visitors. So there's walkways and more paths, and people camp here in the summer all the time. So it's becoming a walkway. It'll be a bit of a challenge to try and get them to leave it dark.
Yeah, Adrian, I think that if you're able to share those images with them and other people that are important to that facility, they may change their mind on how much light they throw at that building.
And I'll have to see if I can find out who to tell. I may have to travel there in the daytime, but I'm sure there's someone there that could
those images are definitely testimony to how beautiful and wonderful it is at night.
Absolutely. If this loads. So without a modified camera, you can still produce these scenes. Here's a winter hexagon rising again. I like shooting at the winter hexagon, and I like seeing these dust lanes in this part of the Milky Way. I learned about that when I was in Oklahoma, just how pronounced those dust lanes can be. And so now I shoot for them, and now I shoot to process them. So a couple more before we go. The moon is coming. This isn't the moon now, but it will be in a few days. So get out there and shoot the moon. I like to shoot them handheld with a large lens, a 600 millimeter lens, and a camera, and get as much detail as I can just by hand holding the moon and then doing a little processing. To me, it's always a challenge. I will be doing I'll be sharing my images of the lunar eclipse in a few days. I agreed to share those images. Here's back there with the solar eclipse. I shared this and a few other images with someone from Italy who presented a live real-time gallery of images that we were capturing as the event was unfolding. There's a bird, Scott. I like to do birding.
Oh yeah.
There isn't much time. I believe I've shared most of these images at a prior star party, but interesting enough to me, this simple moon and Venus shot from a couple nights ago. I didn't layer in the earth shine. I wanted the detail, but important enough here is, and you might be able to see it. It's a little fuzzy, but you've got a phase of Venus that shows up with a handheld shot. And that just imprints on me that the planets are distant, but we can, photographing planets isn't as far-fetched as many may think. It's actually just a testament to one, how large they are, how far away they are, and a reach that even a 600 millimeter camera lens has in capturing things in the night sky. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Scott, and thank you all for looking at these images. I see Jason Guenzel has joined. You want to see some even better images, wait till he shows you some of the work that he has. But I like doing the wide field photography. For one, it allows me to compose, different scenes, different shots, and find a way to incorporate the Earth with the night sky. And I like the night sky to be a little more detailed, not just a background to show off something that's on the Earth. I like the two to work together. And that's what I go for with all the images I take. So So there you have it.
Great. Thank you so much, Adrian. Thank you. Well, up next is Ed Siemenn. Ed is with the Rockland Astronomical Astronomy Club, excuse me, not Astronomical Society, Astronomy Club, a very old organization that has hosted for many years the Northeast Astronomy Forum. And Ed is here to talk about NEAF 2022. So we're really happy to have you on the program.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, Scott. I appreciate it, and I'm happy to be here. First, I'd like to say that I have to agree with everybody here. Carl Sagan was a huge influence on me growing up, and especially, obviously, on my interest in astronomy. I most vividly remember his appearances, I think, on the Johnny Carson's show, which probably all of you do. I think that's where the billions and billions really became a well-known saying to America.
Right. Well, I know that I think that Carl Sagan, still, I mean, to this very day, really inspires us. I did not realize the amount of impact at the time that Carl Sagan was doing all this stuff. The amount of impact against how do I say it? I mean, the idea of astronomy outreach to the public, the so-called unwashed masses, okay, was meeting such friction with the professional community, and researchers. And I had heard, when he proposed the pale blue dot photo and the family of the solar system back at that time, that not everybody was really in favor of it, because they were just saying, look, Carl, this is not science. Why are we even doing this? And he was visionary enough to understand that such an image as the pale blue dot could change humanity.
Well, I think that's true. And I think what Carl gave us in the way that he did give it to us is probably so much more significant than if he had purely stuck to pure science,
straight up science,
closed doors, and in a laboratory somewhere.
Yeah.
I think his influence on the hearts and minds of America is just in the world is just incredible.
Yes.
I'd like to give a quick shout out to Dave Eicher. I loved your mineral presentation. My son was a huge mineral collector when he was younger, and now he ended up at MIT. So I have to say that it's probably been a good influence on him.
Well, thanks, Ed, and it's good to see you again, pal.
Good to see you.
Hope you're doing well.
I am.
Good.
So Scott graciously invited me to attend this event. And I'd like to say that this is going to be the first major public announcement for NEAF 2022. And the Rockland Astronomy Club is very pleased to make this announcement that NEAF will be back live at its original venue at the Rockland Community College in Suffern, New York, April 9th and 10th of next year, 2022. So we're really excited to be bringing the show back live. It's been a stressful couple of years, as I'm sure it has been for everybody. But we were fortunate enough to be able to present 2 virtual NEAFs this year and in the previous year, which I think were very successful and very well attended by the astronomical community. Even in light of the difficulties of the pandemic, we did have some fantastic guests for those two virtual events, such as Charlie Duke, which was amazing for us, Tom Stafford as well, Alan Stern, and Thomas Zbruchin also gave a presentation for us during the two virtual events. So they were successful. They were a lot of fun, but you can't beat the live event. So we're very, very pleased to make the announcement that we're moving forward with the planning for NEAF 2022, and it's going to be our biggest event yet. We're really planning a huge, spectacular event to kind of bring us out of this pandemic phase, and
Yeah, we look forward to it.
And everybody's going to be able to, really enjoy.
Yeah, that's awesome. Just going back to some of the history of NEAF, how old is the event at this time?
NEAF was founded in 1991, and it was a very different event back then. It was founded as an outreach program, an astronomy outreach program, and it only had about I think it was about 8 or 10 vendors, which is an interesting comparison to the level that it is at today. But even then, we did have some great guest speakers for the event. I recall we had Fred Hess, who was the then director of the Hayden Planetarium, which was huge for our first NEAF event. John Bortle, we had Phil Harrington, the author. So even dating back to the first show, we always put a lot of emphasis on having great speakers for the event. And over the next couple of years, it started to grow tremendously. And we were bringing in more and more vendors to exhibit at the show.
Mm-hmm.
And when it first started, it was actually in the lobby outside of the theater that we were using at the Rockland Community College, same location it still is. But as the amount of interest grew in it, we actually made the decision to move it over to the hotel, which we also utilized for the event, just because there was more space available to us. At that point, we weren't ready to move into that 90,000 square foot exhibit space. So it went on for a number of years at the hotel in their ballrooms and various lobby areas. Continued to have a great list of speakers. And eventually it just got so big, we decided that we needed to pull the trigger and go back to the community college and take the 90,000 square foot space, and the rest is history.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and for all of you who have not been to a Northeast Astronomy Forum event, it is really, there's nothing else like it. It's been copied a little bit a couple of times, but no one has pulled it off as well as Ed and his team at Rockland Astronomy Club. So really an amazing event. You'll see vendors from all over the world, attendees from all over the world, and so it's something that you have to do at least once. I think once you do it once,
you got to do it more than once. You do it every year, Scott.
You'll keep coming back. So I'm really looking forward to it. Explore Scientific will be there, of course, and we look forward to all of our competitors to be there too. We'll be looking forward to letting you experience what NEAF is all about from a vendor side, but you got to listen to the talks. Also, they have amazing door prizes. They have impromptu talks right in the vendor area, which is also very interesting. And it will be the friends that you make, the people that you'll meet that you can't meet anywhere else. You got to go to NEAF. So, yeah.
Scott is my paid spokesman. Thank you very much. So, yeah, we're hitting the ground running. The registration for vendors is going to open up in just a couple of weeks. Ticket sales will officially open up on January 2nd. We have a brand new website that is definitely worth checking out. It's neafexpo.com. Definitely take a look at that. There's a lot of information. There's the list of our current speakers that we have confirmed. We have Eileen Collins coming, the first female shuttle pilot. We have Jerry Griffin, the Apollo flight director, and Maggie Cox from the JPL. We're talking about the Mars rovers. So we've got quite a lineup and a lot of exciting stuff planned for.
Ed, this is Jerry Hubbell. Is
Hey,
there
Jerry.
any news about the imaging conference
Yes.
for next year?
Yes, absolutely. The imaging conference is in its planning phases, and we've got speakers booked already, and that'll be the 2 days prior to NEAF as usual. And we're very excited about that. Also, there's a link to it on the NEAF website, so you can check out what's going on there as well.
I've been fortunate to give a couple of talks at the imaging conference over the past years. It's a great conference.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, so we're happy to be able to continue that as well. So we're very excited about next year.
Okay, well, great. I've posted the neafexpo.com website and chat, so please visit that. And you mentioned, when can they sign up again, Ed?
The vendor registration is going to open in about 2 weeks, and ticket sales for the general public will open on January 2nd.
Great.
You don't happen to have that commercial queued up, do you, Scott?
I do not, but let me see if I can do that for you. Hold on for a second.
It's also on YouTube. You can just Google.
Yeah, let me go get it.
2022.
Here it is.
Whether you're building dynamic network models or forecasting real-world behavior, Neo4j's new graph algorithms book will walk you through hands-on examples.
A commercial on top of a commercial.
Yeah, no.
I heard you hit the skip this button. You just stopped suddenly.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, that's a
that's
big
enough.
giveaway, isn't it? Okay. Here we go. Let's share that and play. Excellent.
Thank you for getting that on there, Scott.
you.
It does
Thank
play
you
a
very
lot
much.
smoother when you go to it directly, though.
Right. Yes. I will make sure that we start to do that. In fact, I'll start running it in all of the rest of our programming. So
Awesome.
thank you very much. Thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
All right. So we are going to go to a 10-minute break, and we're going to come back with Jerry Hubbell from the Mark Slade Remote Observatory. So give us about 10. Here we go. Okay.
Mike Weinbach and Jonathan Ward. Thank you. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
I do not know where this audio is coming from.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody? Well, let's see. I'm Mike, and that's Jonathan.
Hi.
So we know who everybody is. I'd like to set a few expectations for the talk, if I could. First of all, we realize
Gotta be coming from.
That's one of our talks playing. It's probably
Yeah.
It's probably the YouTube is still sharing. I don't know.
Still open, yeah.
Subject that,
Yeah.
probably most of you have heard about. It's a tragedy in American
It makes it.
flight history, the loss of our space shuttle Columbia and her 7-man crew.
How long ago was the talk from?
Story is a very inspirational one, and that's.
I'm not
that's our
sure how
goal,
this is
to
coming
get
across.
to you all that even though we lost the orbiter and our astronauts, the end result.
It does show.
Of Americans coming together and doing what we do best is reacting in a time of crisis and helping each other out and getting over the emotional part of the reaction to the accident and really pitching in and doing whatever needed to be done in East Texas, and that's the expectation that we'd like to get across. Jonathan?
Yeah, well, I was thinking one of the things that always appealed to me as a life.
It's not playing on your screen right now, is it, Scott?
The great thing about amateur astronomy is that
I got it.
amateurs can contribute to the body of knowledge. And one of the things that's really appealing about this story that you'll hear as we go through here is how 25,000 wildland firefighters and volunteers from deep East Texas built the internet.
Well, those of you that are watching during the break well, you were getting a pretty good talk. So
Strange.
you've got to, until we figure out where it's coming from, enjoy.
You have to just shut your browsers down, Scott.
They are shut down.
Oh, really?
There we go. There we go. It was a hidden browser.
Uh,
Hidden
okay.
browser. Yep.
Yeah.
Those things happen.
Those nasty things, those little
I
hidden
had-
browsers.
Well, if you want to hear more, you got to go to YouTube and find that talk.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's the Neef Talks channel on YouTube. We have all the
I'll have to.
talks from recent years posted up there.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to favorite that and take a look for myself.
Cool.
New analysis of archival Hubble data revealed water vapor in the atmosphere of Jupiter's icy moon, Europa. Europa's icy, smooth surface, scarred by cracks and fissures, averages minus 275 degrees Fahrenheit, but researchers suspect a vast ocean lurks beneath that surface. The Hubble Space Telescope previously detected 60-mile-high plumes of water vapor erupting like geysers. These new results show water vapor over a larger area, suggesting a long-term water vapor atmosphere on one of Europa's hemispheres. This discovery lays groundwork for missions that will explore Jupiter's icy moons. Understanding the formation and evolution of Jupiter and its moons helps astronomers gain insights into Jupiter-like exoplanets elsewhere in the universe.
Well, we are back. And up next is Jerry Hubbell, who's appears to be outside at a star party at an Explore Scientific event somewhere, but actually is at home in his man cave, remotely connected to the Mark Slade Remote Observatory. So I'm going to turn this over to Jerry. And Jerry, what has been your inspiration by Carl Sagan?
Well, Carl Sagan, I remember reading back in the 70s about him. That's when I first got into, I had my first telescope when I was like 12 years old. Actually, I used a telescope before then. In 1969, my school had telescopes to hand out to students to take home with them. It was a little 3-inch, I think a 3-inch or maybe a 4-inch Newtonian. That was like f10 probably. It was a real long telescope for a Newtonian.
Oh yeah.
But I remember my first experience with that was looking outside the apartment we lived on, the 3rd floor of an apartment building across the way to where there was some construction equipment working. So I remember doing some daytime observing, but I remember in the 70s riding to NASA to get photographs and things from the space program and learning about JPL and learning about Carl Sagan. And the first really thing that I remember about Carl Sagan was in 1976 when the Viking landers landed on Mars. That was really my first experience learning information about Carl Sagan. And that was an awesome. I just still remember seeing the first photographs from Mars on the landing pad. Remember the first photograph was the landing pad on the Viking lander?
Oh yeah.
That just blew me away. I just could not believe that. And aren't the Viking landers, I don't know if it's Viking 1 and 2 or just 1 is named the Carl Sagan observatory, or not observatory, but station, I guess, the Carl Sagan Mars station or something like that. Seems like I remember something like that. I may be wrong.
It could be Memorial Station.
Yeah, Memorial Station, right?
By a monument not far from the terraforming Verteron array. And so NASA renamed the Mars lander in honor of the late Carl Sagan.
Yeah, I remember reading that. So that's great. So,
and it's the Mars Pathfinder lander. It's
right.
The Carl Sagan Memorial Station.
The Pathfinder, okay. I knew it was one of the landers. I couldn't remember which one.
It says Carl Sagan.
But I know he was. I'm sorry.
No, on when they honored him, they say Carl Sagan was a very unique individual who helped young and old alike to dream about the future and the possibilities it may hold. Carl always liked to push the boundaries too, and the Mars Pathfinder mission, with its rover named Sojourner, or Sorner, okay, clearly has done that. Even in its very first images contain an array of fascinating scientific questions that he would have loved to debate. We will explore the area with this memory in mind.
Yep. So it's interesting you had that video about Europa, because right now I've got the Mark Slade Remote Observatory trained on Jupiter.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of cool, and it's an interesting configuration right now. Let me go ahead and share that. I want to share something else real quick. Before the show started, we were talking about Arizona and I was talking about my trip out there in 2017, and one of the best places to visit is Meteor Crater, and I wanted to share this photograph real quick with my family. You see that?
Oh yeah, look at that. What's that big hole behind you?
Yeah, there's a big hole there. So that was really awesome day visiting the crater. That's the first time I'd ever been there. So that was cool. If you ever get a chance to go to Arizona, that's where you want to go.
Right.
So let me get the desktop here, and this is going to be a live view of Jupiter. You see that?
Yeah.
So let me go to the chart here. So the satellites, or the moons, are Callisto, Europa, Ganymede, and Io in that order. So this is Europa right here, and I took a picture, a still photograph earlier. This is from SharpCap. This is a live video right now. This is a picture I took earlier about an hour ago. You can see how the moons have shifted position just over that period of time. See here how I think it's Callisto has moved out. Callisto, let's see, or
Beautiful
Ganymede.
lineup.
It's Ganymede. Ganymede has moved closer to, or Europa has moved closer to Ganymede, one or the other. You see here, which is pretty cool to watch. I mean, the solar system is a dynamic place, and even over a short period of time, you can see changes like this. So this is being exposed. This is a 1 second exposure. I'm going to move it down to like 8 milliseconds and zoom in so you can see Jupiter there. Let me center it a little bit, and we'll zoom up on Jupiter just a little bit. Oops. So there's Jupiter, and you can tell it's a live view because it's jumping around. And you can see features come in and out of focus.
Right.
So our skies are a little bit noisy tonight. The seeing's not the best, but again, you can see quite a bit. It's kind of cool just to do a viewing like this. I mean, it's kind of like looking through an eyepiece in some respects. But I like looking at the moons circle around. And let me go back to the long exposure.
So it was 1979, July 9th, 1979, when Voyager 2 made its closest approach to Jupiter. And it flew 350,000 miles of the planet's cloud tops.
So one of the neat things here is that we're crossing the equatorial plane of Jupiter's satellite or moons, because they're all lined up in a straight line, which I thought was kind of special. You know, everything's falling into in a straight line basically, which is kind of cool. I think during this time there's opportunities to see the moons eclipse them. You know, each of the moons eclipse the other moons as they circle around the planet, which is kind of interesting. And then over here, you can see the telescope pointed up through the shutter, through the dome shutter. But I thought that was cool to train the telescope on Jupiter. I was doing some asteroid work the other night when I was giving a talk. I guess it was last week. I was showing how to track down asteroids with the Mark Slade Remote Observatory. And then let me leave you with one other thing. If I can get it up here in time. If you're interested in the Mark Slade Remote Observatory, you can visit our website at here's what it looks like at msroscience.org, and there's some information about us and our contact information. So I do have, let me see, this, for those that don't know, that's what the observatory looks like. And yes, it's up against a bunch of trees.
Yes, it is. But it's a beautiful.
But it's kind of nice. Yeah, it's a nice facility. We do have other stations. We have 2 other stations also that are that have a better view of the sky than that one, than Station 1. But so we do a lot of research and other work there, and training. We do a lot of training there also with students.
Well, the good news is, a part of the sky, if it's behind the trees, just wait a couple hours, it'll come to you.
Yeah, it'll roll up. As the year goes on, you'll have different parts of the sky that are above the tree line, so that's always good. And you always have a good view of the ecliptic, which is for me, that's important.
Yeah.
To have that line of sight.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yep.
Okay. Right now, Russ Brick is not online, so we are going to go to Jason Guenzel, the Vast Reaches. He has made amazing images that, really not only, just shocked me with their detail, but Jason is also a guy who does a lot of outreach through his astrophotography on social media. But he's also kind enough to show us at times his beginnings, and to show us his journey on how he was able to make ever improved images. And so I wanted to invite him onto the show today because not only because of his inspiration, but he's just someone that is great to interact with on the shows, and I'm always a little surprised. He always surprises us with some new images and details that in those images that always delight. So, Jason.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, Scott.
Thank you. Thank you.
Talk about always being surprised. My computer
has crashed.
Pretty much locked up completely. And I am trying to share my screen, but there we go. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I know you can't see anything, but I reached the milestone here. All right, so so I wanted to talk, the programs about the Sagan, as in the Carl. That quote that you had written, Scott, in the announcement for this meeting, I thought was one of the ones that always kind of struck me. It's the classic starstuff quote.
Yeah.
I'll read it here: the nitrogen in our DNA, the calcium in our teeth, the iron in our blood, the carbon in our apple pies were made in the interiors of collapsing stars. We are made of star stuff. And I myself enjoy taking pictures of stars, and solar photography is one of my one of my big things. And also, you know, deep sky objects, we had the opportunity to kind of observe this process happening of stars collapsing or otherwise exploding and spreading their stuff all over the cosmos. So I have just a few pictures I can share. Kind of shows some of that stuff. I'll cross our fingers.
It worked.
It did? All right. Yeah, it did work.
Yep, we're looking right at the sun.
That's right.
Yeah. So
You sure that's not like shared carpet, right?
yeah, put on your sunglasses or
It's
be
amazing.
forewarned that this is an image of the sun I took just 2 days ago. So about just over 48 hours ago, I guess. This is a large sunspot that was transiting the disk of the sun facing us. And, you know, I know it's hard to get a sense of scale when you look at an image of this. You're looking at the solar chromosphere of the sun. But this sunspot that's central to this image could swallow the Earth whole. You know, the Earth could pass right inside the dark region within it. So that can give you a sense of the scale of our star and just how much material is out there. And when you look at the chromosphere, you're looking at the emission of hydrogen. So this is just above the photosphere of the star, which the photosphere is what people typically would visualize as the surface of the sun. It's the ball of light. But the hydrogen floats above that some thousands of miles or kilometers. And because it's somewhat opaque, it comes up as dark in front of the photosphere below. And so you're seeing it silhouetted. And I think the analogy that a lot of people make is the dusty light bulb. So the hydrogen chromosphere being the dust on a light bulb, we use that special filtration to be able to see this layer of the atmosphere of the star. So hopefully that gives a little explanation into what you're seeing here. But got one more view, and this is similar in nature as far as how it's taken, but because we're shooting the sun in narrowband light, that means it's a monochrome image. And because it's a monochrome image, we can colorize it after the fact. So these colors are slightly arbitrary here, where I just try to, you know, give a representation of what maybe the sun looks like in the sky if you had the most amazing eyes that anyone has ever possessed. But the again, you know, you see the details in the chromosphere here and out into the limb of the sun. You can see then this thin layer of the chromosphere hanging out above the photosphere. So that gives you an idea of the thickness of the layer that we're observing on the you know, just floating above the surface of the sun. So this again was shot 2 days ago. This is another active region that's rotating into view. So in this orientation, the surface of the sun is moving to the right. So this had just come around the corner, and it's now fairly close to central on the disk, I think, facing the Earth.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so that's our star. You know, once the star reaches the end of its life cycle, it can go a number of different ways, and that just kind of depends on the mass of the star and perhaps some other properties of it. But the the larger stars end up exploding into supernovae, and I've got a couple pictures of these out there. This one here is the Spaghetti Nebula, which is an enormous supernova remnant hanging out there in the sky. And this is shot through narrowband filters. So you're looking at hydrogen, sulfur, and oxygen filaments spread out through a field of view that would literally dwarf the full moon. I can't remember exactly how wide this is in the full moon unit of measure, but I'm guessing probably 10 to 15. That's just an enormous structure out there in the sky. And you know, it's almost baffling to think that these things are that huge sitting out there. They're just too faint for the human eyes to see. So that's the Spaghetti Nebula. And then moving in closer, once these things diffuse out into the background, they actually become this background layer of hydrogen gases that permeate some of the Milky Way. So this is Barnard 175, and it's a dark nebula, which means it's a collection of dust and gases, which basically are that column you see in the middle. And then the filaments of hydrogen, the red behind it, is actually an older supernova remnant. So this is another example of the star stuff that's, you know, spread across the cosmos. It's just these expanding shells from stars that just basically permeate the background of our galaxy and any other galaxy.
That's really cool.
Stars that don't go supernova go the other way into and tend to form a planetary nebula. And this is one such planetary nebula where the central star collapses into a white dwarf, which you can see at the center. But still, these outer layers of atmosphere that the red giant sheds when it's near the end of its life, those shells also expand and similarly, you know, permeate the cosmos with the gases that were once the atmosphere of the star. So that's just another example. This is a cool one because you can see background galaxies actually through the central part of this nebula. There's a couple galaxies down in here. And
Yeah, I was going to comment. You had the galaxy above the remnant that looked like it was actually pretty clear too. Yeah, this group of galaxies.
A couple 100 million light years away.
Look at that, with detail.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
That's sad. I mean, you know, kind of two ways that, you know, the star stuff gets spread around and ends up collapsing into a new star system and you know, in our case, our solar system. You know, it can come from these supernova remnants where the star violently explodes and throws, you know, those type of explosions carry the heavier materials, you know, and heavier metals that we end up having in the Earth's crust. But these smaller stars that form planetary nebula, they mostly contribute lighter elements, hydrogen and oxygen and sulfur, carbon, things like that.
Yeah, you know, the image, you always show me something new, Jason, something I've never seen in astrophotography before. And that, I mean, it's just such a delight. It really is.
Oh, thank you. This is the last one I'll show, the Crab Nebula, Messier 1. And this is a supernova explosion that happened roughly 1,000 years ago. It was actually notated by Chinese astronomers early at the turn of the first millennium. And they had reported seeing the star illuminate even during the day. And in the ensuing 1,000 years to present day, this thing is slowly expanded over time. And these outer shells are the hydrogen gases. And then within is actually a pulsar, which the internal the progenitor star collapsed into, and it created what's called a pulsar wind nebula in the center area. So that's what you're seeing in blue. And if I fade away the hydrogen layer, you can start to visualize
Incredible.
the pulsar wind nebula in the center. So this pulsar is rotating rapidly. It's got a disk around it of material, which is what you see here. And then it's got some polar jets coming out the top and the bottom, which are what you see there. So this shot of Messier 1 was shot in infrared to kind of strip away all the hydrogen and oxygen gas that would normally surround the Crab Nebula. So this is also, you know, kind of a different way to look at it.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen the crab presented in that way with the with all those elements stripped out, and you're seeing it as just the pulsar and then the nebula it creates. So you've sort of uncovered a nebulous layer. We're all used to seeing the tendrils and the that outer part of the shell, but yeah, I wonder how many other images are out there of this inner part. That's
yeah, it's not
real
fairly common to see it in optical ranges. So it's, I would say, optical, but it's infrared. So it's outside the visual spectrum, but probably the best example of this, if I could turn it or pull it up if the my computer works. It was done with the Chandra Observatory in X-ray.
Okay.
And you can really see that pulsar nebula. You know what? It's not going to let me open this.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Your computer doesn't seem to want to do it tonight, so I wouldn't push it.
Yeah, I would
we got you. We got your image, which is good enough. Good enough for us. I mean, we'll go look it up on our own. We'll go look up Chandra and Google, and we can find it if we really feel like it. But
I think I got it here.
You got it pretty good here.
No, I got it. I got it.
Oh, you got the actual image.
Yeah.
Your computer decided to cooperate.
All right. So can you see this?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, this is with the Chandra Observatory in X-ray. I can't make this bigger. I apologize. So this is a composite image we're looking at here, but it's got these several different wavelengths you can observe.
Okay. Yeah.
And so this is X-ray. Now it's turned relative to my image. Let's see if I can. Whoops.
Yeah, I can see where theirs is turned in one angle, yours is sort of angled.
Oh, we'll get this right.
Okay, I think that's it.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah.
Now, can you see the resemblance?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is an X-ray.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit more expensive equipment.
Yes.
Just a little, only a couple $1 million more, you know. What's that to Jeff Bezos, right?
Yeah. So, you know, some of these are, I think this is Hubbell optical range, and this is the X-ray. And so they compile this composite image.
Check that out.
Yeah.
That's the best I could do for my backyard, though.
Pretty darn good.
You've got the same shape.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, you've got all of that in yours, just imaged in slightly different color. But all the details there.
Yes.
Just with a couple more $1 million, you could you could split a few more. You get a little more detail, a couple $1 million in no Earth atmosphere.
Maybe I could talk them into giving me a little time on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hear the RASC has something like that, so maybe that's something I'll just look into. I know our one of our clubs has access to SLU. We were granted, I think, a year's access to SLU, so we might be able to we might be able to do something with that as well.
Well,
Um,
Let me know.
we were
Yeah.
talking about the cost difference here, Jason Guenzel versus Chandra, okay? Chandra's mission total price tag is around $3 billion, okay?
Yeah, I
Including the launch
undersold it.
costs, which were, I'm sure, you got to throw that in. So,
I would take that budget. I'd take
yeah.
that budget. I'd spend it well.
They spent it well. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Honestly, you could use what you've got and take the other $1 million and upgrade the house, or upgrade the observatory itself. Put some central air in it and central heating. And I don't think
he said billion.
Billion,
Yeah.
not million, billion.
Well, that's an even better. Move yourself down to a better spot and take it. And I think we'd take your results.
Well, your results are very inspiring, Jason, for sure. And it's great to see. I mean, really, how close you've come to the best professional images that there are. So,
yeah, well, thank
really
you.
Amazing.
The cool thing about this nebula, this pulsar wind nebula within the Crab, is this thing changes visually over time. It's not very common unless you're looking at planets or the sun or something like that you see something in the cosmos that changes on a human lifetime scale. But if you look at this year after year, and Hubbell's even imaged it over the course of a few weeks, you can actually see this disk spinning. You can see material being ejected out of the pole. So that's something that's definitely worthwhile to go after if you have the means.
If I could comment, I noticed in this image of Chandra, you've got the jet coming out appears, whole. In yours, I think you've captured where it seems to be splitting up a little bit toward the end. So I think that maybe that's some of what you talk about. It changes basically in a human span of a year or so, enough for us to notice. Each different time you take an image, you see something a little different.
There's I can't remember the name, I'm sorry, but there is an astrophotographer who took time lapse over 10 years of the Crab Nebula, and you can actually see the expansion of the nebula in his image.
Oh yeah, there's a 10-year time lapse that's out there.
But if you look at, there's a Hubbell sequence where they, took the close-up of the interior. Over the span of just a few weeks, you could see this thing spinning. So,
wow.
Like I agree that the polar jets on my image don't look the same as this Chandra one. And I don't honestly know if it's because that the nebula's changed between when that image was taken and when mine was taken, or if, I'm just looking in a different part of the spectrum and at a different structure. It's hard for me to say.
Sure.
Yeah, it's
well,
really incredible. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Jason. You never disappoint. It's really amazing. I kind of stumbled over my words trying to explain, what it is that you do in imaging, but really, I mean, the real communication of that is visually what you can present, and so it goes beyond words. And I really thank you for coming on to Global Star Party. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, man. Okay, all right. So up next is Russ Brick. He is the president of the Southern Cross Astronomical Society, and those are the guys that do the Winter Star Party. And Russ is coming on to give us a update as to what's happening with this amazing Star Party event that is held in the Florida Keys.
Hey, Scott, how are you?
Good, real good.
So, our Star Party is a go. Dates are January 31st to February 6th. It's a week down in the Keys. Super clear skies, nice steady air, the opportunity to photograph southern targets that most people never even get a chance to see.
That's true. And he did mention that it's warm when it's pretty much freezing in the rest of the country. So,
yeah, it's pretty
right?
warm. The temperature will be, it'll be pretty temperate, 70s, high 70s, low 80s, and maybe the 60s.
At
Maybe.
night. I've been there with when it's t-shirt weather at night. So it's
yeah.
really, really amazing. The steadiness of the sky is remarkable. I remember on a couple of occasions looking through telescopes that were pushed to 100 power per inch. And so, just where, the planets are just rocks solid, and that's always a treat.
Down in the valley of the Dobbs with the 28s and the 30s.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get some pretty crazy images. It's almost like looking at a photograph.
That's right. I would say better than a photograph at times. So,
Yeah.
so if you go ahead.
I was gonna say, so speaking of the photographs, is there a bit of separation with, I know the astrophotographers will go down. So do you separate in a way, the astrophotographers, this land is over here, visual astronomers over here, or is it
No.
kind of mixed in together?
No,
like it
they're
was
all
at
mixed in
Okie-Tex?
together across both campsites.
Okay.
Yeah. Winter Star Party used to be held just at the Girl Scout campsite, which is called Camp Wessamkey. But they have expanded to the Boy Scout area, which has showers, flush toilets. I mean, it's very nice, very, very nice.
Well, we didn't have a whole lot of choice after the hurricane destroyed the facilities at Camp Wessamkey.
Right. That's
so
true.
we rented the Boy Scout camp as well. They've been doing a lot of work down there. They have a brand new bunkhouse for their staff.
Mhm.
And also they have what they call glam tents.
Glam
And
tents.
they're these canvas structures. They have air conditioning and electric.
Wow.
So we're renting those out. They kind of replace, if you'd been to the Star Party before the hurricane, we used to have chickies.
That's right.
Over on the west side of Camp Wessamkey. And they all got wiped out. So the glam tents are sort of taking the place of the chickies.
Oh, well, if you stay at Winter Star Party, I mean, it's just such a delight. They're on a very thin strip of land on the Florida Keys, and you can see amazing sunsets. You can see amazing sunrises, and to watch the Milky Way almost touch the horizon is really incredible. And you're going to see Southern Hemisphere objects that you really have a very difficult time seeing anywhere else in the United States. So this is the place to go to see anything further south. I think you're going to have to travel to the Southern Hemisphere. So, right?
Yeah, Eta Carina, we can see. Of course, Mega Centauri.
Right.
The Southern Cross, our namesake.
Right.
So you can see the Southern Cross from down there.
Oh yeah.
That means do you get quite low enough to see 47 Tucana, the Toucan constellation?
Yeah.
Nice. So
Wonderful.
now I gotta save my little pennies and drive down to Florida.
It's the best vacation. It's the best
Except
vacation
I'd already
Yeah.
planned to head down to Argentina with Maxi over here and see it then, but maybe I can get a little preview by going to this Star Party.
Well, yeah, it'll just be a preview. Myself, I would really love to see the large and the small Magellanic Clouds, but
That's
really
that's kind of where it cuts off. They're just below horizon. Oh,
yeah, you don't get to see the Magellanic Clouds.
All right. Well, great. Well, thank you, Russ.
That still sounds like a
go
great.
to our website at www.scas.org and click on the Winter Star Party tab and click registration.
I put the link already in chat, and there's still spots left. This Star Party can fill up very fast, so If you have any inclination that you might want to get out of the cold, do some great observing and see some southern hemisphere objects, you're going to want to check into this. It is really a bucket list star party that you need to attend.
Absolutely.
Yeah, great.
We'll have
Russ.
some good speakers this year too.
Yes, you will, I'm sure.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you, Russ. Thanks for, I know it's getting a little late for you up there, or over there. So thanks for coming on, and we'll see you soon. We'll be talking about our door prizes that we're going to have at Winter Star Party. So
That's
So,
always
Russ,
exciting. That's always
Yeah.
exciting from Scott, door prizes.
all right. Well,
Yeah.
take
All right,
care.
thanks, guys. Take
Thanks.
care.
Take care.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Russ.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So up next, speaking of Magellanic Clouds, we're going down to Argentina to visit with Maxi Falieres, who always shows us some beautiful treasures of the Southern Hemisphere skies. Maxi, how are you?
Hi everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes.
We do
Great.
now. I think you turned up your volume a little bit.
Oh,
Yep, we hear
No,
it.
I had some issues with my sound on in the computer, and I think I can solve it. But well, first of all, Adrian, happy birthday yesterday. So like
Thank you.
I hope that you enjoy your day.
It was very enjoyable. And
Great.
we even went, we had a little bit of a star party. A fellow astronomer set up his telescope in his backyard, and we had neighbors come over, and we showed the night sky to them. So it was probably the first time in a long while we'd done that.
Oh, great.
So it was spent very well. Thank you for your well wishes. It was very appreciated.
You're welcome. Well, the topic of tonight is our biggest person that we enjoy how he teaches the astronomy, and with the to everyone to everyone can understand what it means to see the skies, to understand what's around us, and obviously spread that words and acknowledge to generations. Of course, I'm talking about Carl Sagan. That well, my experience basically, of course, when I was a kid, I learned from my father. He tell us about the Cosmos series that here in Argentina, I think it came too many years ago that in North America goes live. So well, he started to buy some magazines that comes with VHS videos of every episode of that series, and with my brother, we start to see that program. Maybe I think I have for 5 years only, and my brother was bigger. So then we start to know what it means. For example, a light year, or what it means, the solar system that's around us. And of course, in the school, we went with that knowledge before the teachers in, I don't know, 5th grade, when I was a boy, tell about us, about that. And well, basically, when we start to talk about space in the school, I was very excited. But the teacher was kind of, oh yes, the sun, the planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and let's go on, and you do the solar system, and that's it. You don't
That's
talk.
it?
That's the solar system. But what happened? What about the planets? What the moons surround those planets? What about Jupiter? Um, because in 1 year we have only nature science and was more kind like biology and no more like astronomy. But well, uh, I still love to watch the sky when I was a boy, and I have my little telescope to be amazed to see what is the moon or maybe Jupiter. But well, the years passing by, I have starting to work, to get a job, to live for my own, and well, you I was thinking about this a couple of days ago, and I think it was really inside me, but I never in that time realized that. When some people say, "Oh no, it was the transition of Venus that happened," maybe it was in 2016, I think, and I lost it because I didn't know that. Also some comments and well, um, the what I want to say is that the experience of seeing cosmos and start to see it again and read the book that I have here. This is my father's book. Of course, it's Spanish, but I saw the pictures and the illustrations, and for example, I think I showed before that. For example, I have here the well, I turn off the background so
The closer to you it is, the more we can see it.
Okay, we have here.
Yeah, there it goes.
Centaurus A, and I could take a picture of that galaxy. Also M42 and other places that I only saw it in this book. And you start to comprehend and understand that you can do astronomy with everything. Not for technology, of course, but now today the technology helps a lot. And I felt that feeling that my work here, but not for money or anything, to give to another the knowledge to how to do astronomy of any kind of way, with simple observations, with cameras, with I don't know draw, but Nico knows how to do it, and well, and I think that that spark that we have inside of us, maybe to another person, it can to start to get a flare in that area. So I feel very grateful of that work of Carl Sagan, and well, I'm now talking in English to another person's of astronomy. I never thought maybe 5 years ago or 3 years ago that I was talking with Adrian, with Scott, with John, and everybody. And now, of course, the technology helps us. But of course, I never thought I will met Nico, and now we are very good friends. We're talking almost every day. we wake up and talk, of course, astronomy, but another things. And I feel very grateful for that, because the astronomy and the powerful that has brings us in this. So, well, today I want to say these words and show us what we did this weekend. We met with Nico and another person, Jose Luis Sanchez, to maybe do some observations and try to do some pictures in Alberti, because well, I asked to Marcos, that he's the director of the starting new observatory, and to go there. And well, we have we know that the weather, it wasn't going to be very good. The expectation was maybe at the midnight it will be clear sky. And well, let me show my screen for a little while.
Yeah,
Only
I
for
think
a minute.
the universe, and that includes the weather, is not obliged to help you.
Sorry, I'm still having this cough.
Yeah, you
coughing.
still got a little cough.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the last weekend, but
You sound
well,
better. You sound better this week.
yes, I feel better. I feel better. Well, first of all, this is the all VHS videos, originals, that I have from the series Cosmos. I want to get digitally, but you know, this kind of little retro, but I have the 13 episodes, and also this 14, that this is chatting with Carl Sagan. And well, okay.
All on
So
VHS.
a lot of VHS, yes.
Awesome.
Well, these are pictures from Marcos that he started to take us, and you know, it was very cloudy. We have some clear areas. The sun goes on and then goes by, and well, this is in the Alberti, in the farm area. Of course, we have mate, termo, dry chorizo, bread, and then we do some sandwich.
We go only for that, to eat, and
Yeah.
then if we have the clear sky, better. But
Sorry.
Yeah, our star clubs need to do that at our when we do our open houses and star parties. We need to put the spread out. We don't do that for some reason. We need to fix that.
Maybe sometimes you have that, you know, that the person that doesn't know much of astronomy feel that fear that oh no, they have those equipments, maybe they're too expensive and they are working on that. And no, if you want to see it, come to see it. And maybe you can give a little shy off of that person.
Yeah.
So
exactly what you're. Make them
this
a
is-
little less shy, open, more willing to engage.
for another person, not for you. I think you are a very good person that talks about astronomy, but maybe the regular person that it doesn't know much how is astronomy, maybe that people will kind of shy or have a little fear to, oh no, they are doing astronomy, I don't understand anything. If you don't understand it, we want to help you to understand it. And well, in this case, it came, well, he's Marcos, the director of the new astronomy observatory. Sorry. And well, here's a friend of him. And also that evening, they called to the mayor of Alberti, and he was traveling with the family, and then goes here. We didn't take pictures, but the mayor of the city of Alberti come here to see what we do, because he's of course supporting all this of the new structure. You know, you can see the sand and the materials of construction, but for this restoration, and of course to spread astronomy, and of course tourists, and well, to invite everyone to want to come to Alberti. So this is another selfie. Here's Nico preparing his fan. I'm here. I don't know what I was doing. Here's what I'm get the wire to get lights. And then, well, we spent this time chatting because we have too many clouds, and we are laughing, telling jokes, you know, we really miss this kind of things, and we having a good time. And well, then of this starts to get rain. So we have to cover up the equipment with this, piece
What
of
we
plastic.
found, we found on the
What we found in the area. So
found it.
The equipment.
Who would have known they would have put a
It-
telescope cover out there for you to find? It's really amazing.
we finished setting up all the equipment and it started raining. It was Murphy's law.
I was taking pictures to the moon, and Nico said, Maxi, it's starting to rain. No, what? and we cover, inside here we have 3 telescopes and the table, and well, and then we put some things because it comes a little windy, but it wasn't a very strong rain. It was maybe 1 hour and a half, but the ground, it was dry in a second. So then before this, I put my cell phone and I start to do some astrophotography with, pointing to the south. And this is only a single picture. Of course, we have here the Great Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud with 47 Tucana. This is 3,000 and 2 ISO, and with 30 seconds. It was very, very exposure, but you can see some light pollution from Alberti, but in these windows of clouds, you can start to see the darkness of the sky. And
perfect window to let you see the Magellanic Clouds.
Yes,
it's a great shot.
Yeah,
it's a very simple shot, and you know, this is with my DSLR camera, and here I'm pointing to the northwest because he's the city of Junín, he's the city of Chacabuco, I think. These are from 100 miles from here. And we are starting to see this place, these clouds, but you know, when I saw this, you know, I say, okay, we have maybe half hour, and then we have clear skies, and we're going to start to take pictures and everything. Okay, so I did this picture with this is Marcos, Jose Luis, and here's Nico, looking up to the cloudy sky, but to the, well, this is Alberti and this is Bragado, but this light here, this is Venus. You know, it was very, very low, and it was shining like some yellow orange star. It was pretty strange. and well, the clouds start to go south, but unfortunately, the weather. Well, I was here when the rain goes out. I start to get the wires and the notebook and start to put on the scope and everything. But the only thing that I could do was do some live stream, and we saw M33. We saw a little bit of Andromeda Galaxy because it was very loud to the north. Also M42, some globular clusters, but well, the Nico saved that night because he goes with his Dobson, and you know, he said, okay, let's go to see in these open cloud windows, maybe what we can see. Okay, and we enjoyed that moment, and then we went to get sleep because it wasn't going to open. So it wasn't a good night for astrophotography, but yes, for astronomy, for having a good time, to be with friends, to know each other, and well, I hope maybe, I don't know if this weekend I go again, because I have here maybe 40 kilometers from my city, but I don't know. I have now to the weekend the moon, and I don't know if I can do some pictures, but let's see what we have. So, well, thank you everybody. This is my little presentation. Of course, my gratitude for Mr. Carl Sagan, and of course, Scott. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you for the audience.
Thanks, Maxi. Thanks for sharing your passion and inspiration. Thank you very much. That's great. Well, up next is John Johnson. John Johnson is affiliated with the Nebraska Star Party, which is a decades-long running star party that they actually had a in-person event this year, and I think he's finally caught his breath and can give us a recap of the event itself. And John, you've been on our programs before, and I thank you for coming on again.
Well, thank you, Scott. So now, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My video on my little laptop. I'm actually not too many miles away from where Scott is tonight. We come down to Arkansas, my wife and I, twice a year to a condo over by Eureka Springs. And this is a lovely time of year to come down here because the autumn colors of the trees this year are really spectacular. But and I also always try to stop by to see Scott and the gang there at Explore Scientific. What a great bunch of people. I cannot begin to express my appreciation and support for his organization. They are a class act, and I'm not saying that just to make points with Scott, but it is, it truly is. So anyway, we're going to try to get together.
I have high admiration for you.
Oh, well, thank you.
And the Nebraska Star Party.
We're going to try to get together here this week and see each other. But you know, I talked to Scott and he said, well, hey, you know, we never did do a wrap up for our Star Party last summer, which indeed, yes, was, I think, one of the first major star parties that attempted to have a in-person event, and ours was a spectacular success. We had more attendees show up this year than we've had probably in almost 20 years. I think our final count was somewhere around 380 people showed up for our star party, which for those of you that are not familiar with it, we hold it up in the north central area of Nebraska in an area called the Sand Hills, although most of it is covered with lush grass, native prairie grasses that, especially in years when we've got good moisture. And this year was one. And so this year it was beautiful up there. The weather was really pretty decent, other than we were plagued with the smoke and haze from all the forest fires and prairie fires out from the west, all the way from Oregon, Washington, up into British Columbia and areas in Canada. There was 2 or 3 days where the wind shifted and it blew through, and it was beautiful. But the folks didn't seem to mind, and just like Russ was talking, I mean, part of the fun of going to a major star party like ours or the Winter Star Party is seeing the people that you've made friends with over the years, and it just becomes one big family. And you always look forward to seeing people that maybe you hadn't seen for a couple of years, or especially with the pandemic. Absolutely. I don't think anybody really had any official star parties last year, so it was great to see a lot of our folks. And so all in all, we had a great time. And as Russ mentioned about this, we have great door prizes too, and Explore Scientific is one of our major contributors, and we very much appreciate what they do for us. And we're hoping maybe we can get them back up there next year. We'll see.
All right, John. Well, it's an amazing event. It really is. And, so we'll definitely have some discussion about that tomorrow over lunch. So
yeah, I want to try to get over there tomorrow.
Okay.
And let's see, I don't know, any other questions? Like I said, we had a great time.
What does it cost to go to the Nebraska?
Well, and that's one thing we're going to have to sit down. We've had our first kickoff meeting, but one of the things we've got to resolve is we haven't raised our prices for probably at least 5 years, and with the cost of things going up, so we may have to raise them some this year. We're still probably one of the least expensive. We've been charging $50 per person for adults. And then for
that's very
children
good.
under 12, from 5 to 12, it's $10. We very nominal.
Yeah.
But with the expense, we try to bring in some fairly well-known speakers from around the country, so those costs are going up too, to bring people in and put them up for a few days. So we may have to raise it $10, $15, but I think we'll still be one of the most economical ones to go to.
You will. Going past you a little ways into Oklahoma, I think it's double that to
I think, were you down to
the skies of Okie? So yeah, I ended up going to Okie because that's where our club wanted to go.
Yeah.
So yeah, Okie's 100 something for the 9 nights. I think you're getting almost $200, and then you end up camping there, and you're in the middle of nowhere. So accommodations are Clayton, New Mexico, if you really want to, or Boise City. So yeah,
and we're the same situation. That's part of well, that's why you go to these places, because they are way out in the boonies, so to speak. Now, our closest town of about 3,200 people is about 40 miles is the straight, as the crow flies, as they say, northeast. But yeah, it's predominantly camping, RVs. There is a Merritt Resort area there that does have about a dozen cabins. The unfortunate thing is, they're made, year to year. Most of them have already been taken already for next year. So that's the trouble there. It's not a bad drive into town. The only issue is I caution anybody that don't do it by yourself. Especially if you're out there to, 2:30, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. You need somebody else just to poke you to keep you awake or watch for deer, because there's a good population of deer out
it's a remote place, and so there's going to be wildlife that you need to watch more.
Okay,
I
just a couple other notes I'll bring up, and then I'll turn it back over. I know Scott knows, and some of you have been on before. I've talked about our efforts to try to get an IDA, International Dark Sky Association, designation for that area. And we had submitted a package last May, June timeframe to try to get it declared as an International Dark Sky Park. One of the issues we've always wrestled with up there is, if you're familiar with the requirements for an International Dark Sky Park, they require you to do programming at least 4 times a year to have some kind of astronomy or dark sky related activity, which has always been an issue up there because we don't really have much support right in the immediate area. Well, we submitted the package and we got word back from the folks down in Tucson with the IDA. They said, you know, your unihedron dark sky measures are so good. Why don't you shoot for a dark sky sanctuary, which has less requirements for, you know, doing programming, but obviously more stringent requirements to keep a dark sky area. And so we're going to resubmit through the Nebraska Game and Parks in the next few weeks, and we'll probably won't have it by next summer, but we're going to shoot for what they call a dark sky sanctuary, which there are very few around the world, actually.
Well, that would be a good distinction, I think. The
That's
dark sky, yeah, truly dark sky anything. And having seen what the Milky Way looked like at Okie-Tex, I can imagine how it shows up there at your site in Nebraska. It just brightens. The sun's not down yet, and the Milky Way is perfectly visible naked eye.
It's amazing. We always brag about being able to, you know, see a shadow cast by the light of the Milky Way, and we've proven it. And there again, it has a lot to do with transparency. A lot of them this year, a lot of the evenings this year, it was a little bit disappointing because of the smoke from the fires, but there's nothing we can do with that. That's why you come for the whole week, and maybe you'll get those 2 or 3 nights that are just, you know.
Yeah, I can imagine. You've got a river running through it too, so you've got a little more picturesque. I did what I could at Okie-Tex. You had a lot of mesas, but the rivers would make for just some picturesque nightscapes.
Oh, it is. There. Yeah, you can do some great nightscapes with the lake. The lake actually is an irrigation lake dam that has dammed up what they call the Snake River, but there's spots further down. The Snake River joins in with what's called the Niobrara River, which flows all the way across the top of Nebraska and then dumps in the Missouri River. And it's one of the most scenic areas in the Midwest or the Great Plains. And you drop down in that river and go canoeing or tubing, and you don't think you're in Nebraska for sure.
Yeah, we driving through Nebraska, we saw a lot of cornfields, a lot of corn mazes, and we drove by Lincoln. We knew there was a college town somewhere in there that's in the Big Ten. One quick question. Yeah, our school barely got by him this year, but how far? So we were in Kearney. We kind of drove through the middle.
Kearney, Nebraska. Yeah.
Kearney, Nebraska. How far are you from, say, that location? Because that was
Kearney's the Star Party.
Yeah,
I'd say from Kearney up there, you're talking about a 3-hour drive.
Okay, so not far.
You know, and
Kearney.
Right,
3
not
more
far from
hours
Kearney.
and
North
you get
Platte,
to the spot.
I-80 bisects Nebraska and follows the Platte River. And further west there, of course, the last major city, if you want to call it that, is North Platte, and it's directly north of North Platte, and it's less than a 2-hour drive up from North Platte.
Okay, so yeah, I have the good idea of where it is. So okay, well, yeah, it's definitely on my list. It's closer for me to get to. The Okie-Tex drive was a nice long ordeal. It was it's worth it when you see it. Coming to Nebraska, a little more economic, and I'd probably make the trip from Kearney because Kearney's a nice little town. I've driven 3 hours here in Michigan to go to our thumb area, take some pictures. So just some things for me to think about. But yeah, it does sound like it's a really nice place. we have had some folks complain it gets windy or things like that. It's not every single night is down
No,
there,
I
is
mean,
it?
you got to plan for one night. Now, I happened to miss it this year because I had to get back early because I was off on another trip the following week with my dear wife of 50 years to celebrate our anniversary. So I missed, but you got to count on one night, and that was the Friday night, the last night. The storm rolled in and blew some tents over and got some people wet, but that's part of going up there.
That's being an astronomer.
That's being an astronomer.
It's astronomy.
All right.
But all right. Well, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Up next is Libby and the Stars. Libby has given over 50 presentations to the Global Star Party. She is certainly one of the top young people in the country today that I think will actually step foot on Mars. Libby, thanks for coming on again and sharing your passion with us.
Good. I'm really happy to come on. So I know this talk is about Carl Sagan, and there's a lot of times where I talk about him during the Star Party and stuff because I truly find him one of like the best astronomers out there. Because not only did he have just outreach everywhere in public, but he had it on the television. And I've always thought of that as like, all the way back then, all they had was television. Right. They had television and they had the phone. And my mom always tells me, things were so much better back then. But I'm like, well, at least I get to come on here and do the Star Parties because there's so many virtual ways to do outreach and that stuff now. So a while ago, I went to Disney. It was actually not a while ago, but it was back in late December of 2020. And I was at Epcot, which the whole theme at Epcot is like a part of Disney. It's kind of futuristic. So there's always been this one ride that I love to ride called Mission Planet, and you're basically simulating being an astronaut. And I never really realized this until I was like doing this Star Party because I didn't go to Disney for a while, and I noticed that there's a glass plate on the outside of the building that's a Carl Sagan quote. So my heart was just touched, and I took a picture by it and I sent it to Scott. So I went back and I found it and I decided that I wanted to share it because I didn't get to share it. So here it is. This is a year ago. I found it on the glass plate, and you can see the giant planet in the the mirror of the glass. You can see the giant planet. And so I was like so excited. It's my favorite ride. And a friend of mine, I've never known him, but a friend of mine literally has their quote up on the glass plate. And I was like astonished. I was like, wow. And most of the other quotes were astronauts. And I was so happy to see that there's actually an astronomer on there. And so as you can see, the quote on the glass plate is, "The surface of Earth is the shore of the cosmic ocean." And I kind of thought that related to John Kennedy's quote that the space is ocean, and our sailboat is a rocket, and we're just going to keep on launching them out until we explore every bit. And it's just I was like, oh my gosh, it's a Carl Sagan quote. I even jumped out of line to get a picture. Had metal bars up, and I was like, no, I'm taking a picture of this. And so I thought that was so cool. And then this year I went to space camp again in July, and we did a little astronomy meeting because most of the stuff there is about astronauts, stuff like that. You don't get a lot of astronomy stuff, but I still love to go because sometimes you do the astronomy stuff, and it's all just meeting kids who like it too. But one time we did a talk about astronomy, and there was a guy in the stadium, and he was like, all right, kids, raise your hand if you know who Carl Sagan was. And I was like, woo! And I look around and I was like, all right, you could probably hear a pin drop in this room. And so I was like, that's kind of disappointing. that not many kids know about Carl Sagan, and we got to watch the pale blue dot video, and all I've ever known is like the older version of the pale blue dot, which I always thought that was cool, but I never saw that there was a new version. And I literally shed a tear watching the new version because the new version is so cool. I mean, you don't even have to understand what astronomy is to just automatically feel connected with the universe. So I'm gonna stop sharing this picture. I know last meeting I talked about that I was going to host my first astronomy meeting, and I actually invited some of my friends. They aren't interested in astronomy, but they're just like, I'm here to support you. So yeah.
That's
so
cool.
We had it behind the school in a pavilion. And so it wasn't my school, but it's kind of like a playground that a lot of people go to visit. So it was a pavilion out there, and my goal was to come up with a name for the club by the end of the day. So nobody showed up from like actual astronomy, but I was really glad. It was really heartwarming. A little girl showed up playing on the playground, and we were coming up club names, and she actually helped us a little bit with it. So we're like almost 100% sure we're going to do constellation kiddos.
Okay, I like it.
So we were gonna do constellation kitties because I had a list of all the clubs from the Astronomical League, and it was like, to contradict the sky puppies, we should do the constellation kitties. And so we decided that we were going to make it. She made a little art with us. She was only 2 years old, and she made art with us, and she said, how about kiddos? And she drew on her paper, she drew constellation kiddos, and she drew a cat. And so we were like, perfect, that's amazing. And I was so happy to actually see like somebody, she was just playing in the park, and she came to us, and she's only 2-3 years old. And we played with her for a while. I don't know if she's watching right now, but we gave her mom the link to my Facebook page. And so it was just so heartwarming to see her. And I always love to inspire people who are always younger than me. And she drew us constellations, and we asked her what was her favorite planet. And we decided the club name is Constellation Kiddos. We are officially going to do that. So I did the next astronomy club meeting. I am hoping to have more people. One person said on my Facebook that they wouldn't be able to make it this time, but they would be able to make it next time because they had like a football game or whatever. And so I was like, well, at least there's that. At least I know somebody else will be coming next time. And it was mostly just fun to have my friends there than just teaching to empty court. So I'm glad my friends came and supported me through it, but it was still fun, 100%. And I got to, we got to play with a little girl, and it was just like, oh my gosh, it's amazing. And it kind of reminded me of sidewalk astronomy. And, random people can just walk around your telescope and be like immediately fascinated, like, whoa, space. So, I showed her my telescope. We didn't get to see anything because I decided to do it really early in the day. It wasn't early, about 5 o'clock. And we had it out by the woods. It was really fun for my first meeting. I didn't want to have so many people at my first meeting and then be overwhelmed. So I'm actually sort of glad that it was just my friends and I, and the little girl showed up. And now we have a club name, and I'm excited for the next meeting soon.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I too started an astronomy club years ago, and my first meeting had 2 people. So, it's not uncommon to start off very, very small. The main thing is, Libby, is that you keep doing it. Sometimes you'll have a small audience, which is okay. And sometimes you have a big audience, which is awesome. But it's really who gets turned on by it. And the more people you really get, get them inspired and start them on that, on that journey. You'll see that you'll change people's lives. So you don't know that little 2-year-old girl, if she can remember back to her early age, she might remember that first spark that you gave her at your star party. So that's very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, I'm so ecstatic now. I'm like, I hope one day she's like a scientist. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna force her to be, but like, I hope one day she's big out there, or at least has like a spark of, astronomy in her head, saying like, into the universe, there's many stars, galaxies that like expand every minute. And that was the same with me. I went to outreach, which was Scott's outreach, and I looked back on it after that, and I'm like, that was really fun. I should start doing this as a hobby. And then I just picked it up, and like from there on, it just sparked this whole astronomy thing. Now it's like a couple of telescopes ago, it was normal.
Right. That's cool. Libby, thank you so much for coming on and sharing
you
your
for
passion for astronomy, starting your own astronomy club, and for your passion for Carl Sagan. So
Thank you for having me on. Next time, like once I get really good with this streaming stuff and Wi-Fi, I decided that one time I really want to host my star party meeting on a Facebook Live. So I want to see if I'll be able to do that, but I'm not that good with Wi-Fi yet, because we literally go to a pavilion out on the backyard of like a school.
Yes.
So I got to play with my friends on the playground. So
Awesome.
And I taught them how to use a telescope. Even though they're my friends, they laughed at me the whole time, and I was like, "Stop laughing! I'm trying to act like if I didn't know
We're probably
you."
having fun too, so that's great. So.
And I hope for more friends to show up, because some couldn't show up, but more friends to make in astronomy.
After it. Yeah.
A lot. So
Excellent. Thank you very much, Libby.
thank you for having me on.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, so up next is Nicolas Aria, and he's also known as Nico the Hammer. He's a gifted musician, but an amazing astronomer who inspires me with using some of the stripped down, most simple equipment and getting really amazing images. And I know he's a great friend of Maxi and Caesar as well, and you can't go wrong there. So Nicolas, thank you for coming on again and sharing your inspiration with us.
Okay, thank you, Scott, for the presentation. Hi to everyone. And tonight we are talking about an inspiration of Sagan. Because his birthday, and I think that the Carl Sagan inspired us in many different ways, and one way is about I think a lot of the distance and time, and when I observe with or without my telescope, and it's really shocking when you are observing an object and you realize that the same components that we have inside are in the stars, and that moments are really shocking, and I really enjoy to make observations with my Dobson and to do sketches. And tonight, well, I prepare a little presentation. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Well, for my house, I have the main view of my house is to looking south. So I used to get my eyes to this special area. This is a simulation of a stellarium. It's like how I see from my astropatio, the south. And in this time, we have the Magellanic clouds on the view, and I think these galaxies are really special because you can we can observe a lot of galaxies, but in these galaxies in particular, you can observe it in detail because they are relative close to us, and you can see that in that galaxies you can find the same objects that you can observe of our galaxies. I mean, you look at this area, and you are looking the Magellanic clouds, okay, and a lot of stars that are stars of our own galaxy, the Milky Way, and some globular clusters. But this is it's a flat view, but you need to think in distances and the perspective. We see all these objects like it was at the same distance, but they are not. And I will talk about, especially the small Magellanic clouds, and we have 47 Tucanae. That was one of the best globular clusters to observe. And you can see it if you have a really nice sky. You see the cloud, but here in the city, I cannot see the cloud itself. Maybe some bright areas, but again, I thought a lot on the perspective that okay, I see all these objects close, but they are really far away one from each other. And a few nights ago, I was observing that area. On the left image, you can see this is a sketch I made for that night, and the green circles are the field of view with my Dobson and the APs, and I was moving around, going from the globular clusters to some areas on the small Magellanic clouds, and obviously this is from a Bortle 9 sky, so I cannot see the Magellanic cloud, but I can see these bright areas that are open clusters with some nebulosity, and they are similar to the open clusters or some nebulas in our own galaxy. You can see the same type of objects, but literally in other galaxy. And I really love to be observing on these areas and learning and reading about these objects, these particular objects. You can see here at the bottom the other globular cluster that is near, that is NGC 362. And I made this simulation with the Celestia application to look to show you the difference of distances of these objects. Here, for example, we have 47 Tucanae and the other globular cluster 362, that they're about 20,000 light years ago, and is this green point, green dots I made this here. The yellow dot is our sun, or some near from where we are in the Milky Way. This is the distance from the
oh wow
the Magellanic clouds. yes, you see it all together, but it's amazing, and I think several times on this quote of Carl Sagan that we cannot look out into space without looking back into time. We saw a lot of different type of objects, of this sky objects at the same time, but we are looking a difference of 200,000 light years, and this is really shocking. I used to observe this and maybe start a lot of minutes to thinking about what are we looking for. It's amazing. And this is one of the clusters on the Magellanic Cloud. It's in GC 346. And this is another sketch, like observing more closely
Very
from
nice.
home that I made.
Nice.
And you can see, you see this, you think this is a nebula, but it's not. It's an open cluster with some dust and some nebulosity near, but it's like another open cluster of the Milky Way, just in another galaxy. Okay, and this is one picture because this is all about sharing. I cannot leave this occasion to show the pictures, but Maxi showed that before. But we was sharing this night, the Saturday night, for the few minutes that we have the clear sky. We were observing some other galaxies. We was several minutes with the Sculptor Galaxy and share that moment with friends. I think this is amazing. And Libby was talking about to get more friends on the astronomy, and I think that astronomy will bring you friends.
Yes.
You don't need to chase friends. They will come here because it's a special type of people that we really love this, and we like to share this. So, well, this was my
It was very
my
nice.
little presentation, and I was
that's great.
I have another sketch that I want to show, and to finish, let me show you.
You blow my mind showing the 4 galaxies of Russ and also Sculpture Galaxy.
The quartet of, yeah.
Yes, and then 47 Tucana, you can see the entire core very pointed stars. It was very
it's amazing.
mind.
Well, this is a sketch of 47 Tucanae from here, from the city sky, and you can see the core, and it's a beautiful object to observe. But in the field, in a clear sky, you can see stars everywhere. It doesn't fit on the field of view. It's amazing. The difference is amazing. But well, I love to show with my sketches how you can observe, or what do you want to expect from that object when you observe it on a city. So well, okay. This was my little presentation. Thank you, Scott. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Nico. Thank you. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so up next is supposed to be Cesar Brolo, but he may have had some internet issues or something. I'm sure he'll log on a little bit later. We have a special guest here that hasn't been on for a long time. This is Cameron Gillis. Cameron, do you want to come on for a few minutes, and then we'll take a 10-minute break here and see who shows up for the after party?
Sounds good. You bet. Good to be back. Thanks, Scott. And good to see all my friends here. Hey, Maxi and Nico. All right. Good to see you guys. Good stuff. Yeah, I got a haircut. Exactly. Yeah. The hair was kind of getting into my eyebrows, and it was like, you know what? I decided to just cut it a little bit, and then I cut it too much, and I was like, you know what? I got to cut it all off now. So anyhow, yeah, no, good stuff. I just want to make a shout out again to Jason Guenzel, just amazing, spectacular images. I mean, it's in another class category, and it's just really impressive. And I definitely wanted to join this party. And I wasn't able to watch the live earlier, but I saw some of the beginning, and Carl Sagan, has meant a lot to me as well when I was growing up. Cosmos and of course the pale blue dot and all that, and so it's a really it's nice to be able to honor him by this star party. So yeah, I just wanted to join in, and like Scott said, I kind of was out of touch for a little bit here. I've been still following all the global star parties. I've been watching everyone's contributions here in the last couple, and really been excellent. And of course, all the weekly shows, and including the photography one on Fridays. That's been really good. And on that note, here in Seattle, where I'm at, it's been storming a lot. You probably have seen it on the news. It's coming out, a lot of big systems. It's that time of the year. So, but there was a little bit of a gap, actually, just enough on the end of October. There was the long weekend there with Halloween, and I got 3 clear nights in a row that really allowed me to test out and kind of up my skills in longer exposure astrophotography, astroimaging. So I kind of wanted to share with everyone that I'm still a newbie as far as astroimaging is concerned. I've been a visual observer for many years, but now kind of getting my gear. And just recently I acquired, I had a 294 MC, just a regular camera, but I just got a 183 MC Pro cooled. I know it has higher amp glow, but I can cool it down to -20 degrees Celsius and really get the noise down there. So that really helps. And the other benefit of an MC of the Pro, besides the cooling, you can do all the darks and flats at temperature, calibrated, during the day, which is really nice. So that all the rainy nights we've been having here, I've been kind of getting all my calibration frames ready, and with the new cooled camera, and then on top of that, it has a USB hub built in, which allows me to tether the guide camera on that without, to help with my cable management. So there's another benefit of having the Pro. But anyhow, all that being said, as you know, I got my equatorial mount, my Exos 2. It's been, I got that figured out how to do polar alignment with my ASIR Pro. Been really getting that down. I got it down to 6 minutes now. So that's really good. I'm getting used to the adjustments, which way to turn them. You just keep them practicing, right? Every night I was going out there and tweaking them and learning the altitude and azimuths just to get the polar alignment routine nice and fast. But I can tell you, it's really nice with the SIR Pro and paired with a camera, a digital camera, because then it just constantly does plate solving real time, and then as you adjust, you get that feedback on really quick. So that helped my skills get that, and that helps my overall workflow. And so when I had those 3 clear nights, I was able to test. Oh, one more thing. The polar alignment was one thing, but then of course, for longer exposure photography, which everyone here of course is doing, and again, I'm just learning the ropes gradually, is you need to have a guide scope. You got to have a guide scope,
right?
Because otherwise what you're going to have is you're going to have periodic error. You might have, you can solve the declination drift with polar alignment, but you can't solve the periodic error for longer exposure. So, and that's inherent with all drives, pretty much, unless you spend tens of thousands, or you have a, what do you call it? The drive master, right? Drive master
right.
will correct for all that and learn your mount nuances. But I got a little guide scope. I got a little 242 millimeter mini guide scope, and I also bought a little mini guide camera, the 120 mm which just fits in there, and it just tethers nicely onto my my ASI. It was for my ZW 183 MC Pro, and basically, yeah, I'll tell you, I was tracking. I was doing 1 hour, like 5-minute subs, and I got beautiful. I'm gonna show you a couple of things here on the results. So let me find that. I didn't get it all organized here, but it's going to be a little bit messy.
It's all right.
But let me start off showing you some pictures of the setup here. What we got? EMCA. I'm going to share my screen as soon as I got this sorted out here. But I can tell you that it's nice to be able to kind of gradually make these incremental improvements. Getting all the gear. This is all. And I think, you were talking about it earlier, Scott, with Jerry Hubbell in today's earlier episode.
Yeah.
Basically, what has happened now, and what you guys have done with the industry, is you've created a whole bunch of entry level, very capable equipment and gear that allow everyone to kind of up their game and get very capable equipment to learn the ropes at a reasonable cost. And then, obviously, as you...
That's the evil plan, yes.
That's the evil plan, exactly. And of course, as you get it, you quickly learn, that's like, oh, that's why you need that. And that's why you need this, $10,000 filter or whatever, or whatever, $1,000 filter. And that's why you need all these amount and all that, But the fun part is you can have a lot of fun along the way with this nice, very nice, simple gear that can grow with you. Which I really like. So, and let me just, sorry, there we are, pics. And it's going to be a little bit random. Let me just share my screen. Yeah. So this is my setup now. And are you able to see my screen?
Yes. It's
Yeah,
beautiful camera, beautiful setup.
Yeah, nice setup, huh?
Yeah, so what I've done is, part of the thing, let me explain what you're seeing here, because I do like to spend a little time, because it's part of this is the journey and sharing, because a lot of you, of course, have figured this out and understood, but it's nice to be able to kind of tell you about the little nuances that I've learned along the way. So for example, I had my ASI Air not on my mount at one point, because I only needed one cable between the USB and the 294. But now with the cooling camera and also tethered to it, the guide camera, what happens is that serves as a hub. So I can have my guide camera plugged into that USB 2 port on the ASI 183. And then that has a power and the USB going to the ASI Air. And the ASI Air has Pro has 4 power ports. One of the power points actually powers up the PMC8 down here. So that is one that has to be. Need to make sure there's enough slack in that power cord so that when you move it around, it doesn't get cord wrap. And then, but the other one that comes off is this Ethernet port. But other than that, everything else rotates with this system. And so I got The guide camera also is perfectly opposite, so there's no change in weight distribution as it rotates around the axis, and it's much lighter. I used to have, you saw the earlier setup, I had the Mac on 102 on here. But having said all that, my ultimate goal, this is an intermediate system. My ultimate goal is I'm going to actually pile on, you see only one counterweight here. I'm going to pile on an 8080 and this guide scope. And I'm going to have my 294. I found out I can plug my 294 in the spare USB 2 port on this guy. So I can switch between the main camera on the 8080 eventually. This is in the future. The 8080 and the 183. So I can switch between long focal length and short focal length wide field, use the same guide scope on the same system. So that's my ultimate. I'm kind of building this as I go, right? And the rainy nights has allowed me to play with this, during the day, to kind of figure out all the connections and make sure. And then I have my Ethernet running down here to my Wi-Fi. Now you all know that the new ISIR Plus has built a better Wi-Fi that you can use. That would be my recommendation for anyone who's starting fresh. Get that, and then you can save yourself this tethered Wi-Fi. However, this Wi-Fi clearly with MIMO, with the 3 antennas, is going to give you much better coverage than even the ASIR Plus. But at least the ASIR Plus will make it much easier to deploy, and you can use that. But basically, yeah. So I got this system working, and I tell you, it is a beautiful system. I can be up and running in like 10 minutes, and I don't take it down anymore because once I do my calibration frames, I don't want to play with the camera orientation or anything. So I just let it all there, and then I'm basically bring it outside and plug it in, and away I go. So and then I can come back inside. It's getting colder here at night in Seattle, the winter time, and so it's nice to be able to set it all up, check, look at the binoculars a little bit and scan the sky a little bit, get a couple pics initially, and then go back inside and start my imaging run. Nice. And so what I've done is, let me go back to, now this is going to be a little bit, I got a whole bunch of stuff. I might have to go through this. Sorry, my computer is not showing me previews of these, but let me quickly go through these. So here's an earlier, this is one of the pictures I took. Let me just get this figured out here. It's not the one I want to show you probably. Oh yeah, so this is my awesome polar alignment. I did it in 6 minutes and 20 seconds. So getting pretty fast at that. And then, oh yeah, here, this one I want to show you guys. So this is this is 68. So let's see here. This was, I took a snapshot of the guiding and also the time, so I knew how long the subs were. And these are just screen captures, okay? This is not the TIFF or anything like that. So this was 3 stacks of, what is that, 180, probably 180. So 3 minute. These are 3 times 3. So this is 9 minute aggregate. So if I go to the next screen, this is our famous, 7331 with its companion. And you can see all these neighboring galaxies nice and clear. I am really happy with this. This is no processing. This is just a screenshot. I didn't do any thing fancy. And look at that. You can see the dust lanes in it. I am just I'm just so happy. The point is, and nice round stars.
Even going way out to the edges too. You can see structure arms.
Yeah, exactly. Really, really beautiful. I'm really happy with this. And sure, there's noise and all that, but the main thing is, I just wanted to say, okay, great, round stars. This is 9 minutes of aggregate, did beautiful tracking, and I'm extremely pleased. And then and you can get results like that. Pretty simple. And I love galaxies, so I continued with that. And this one here you saw earlier, but I wanted to show you a longer one. That was here. This was only this is a 5 minute sub, a single 5 minute sub. So you can see what happened is 2 things. Well, first of all, the detail on the galaxy. Now you can start to see the the double arm here, which is nice, and the bar. I love this galaxy. This is in Pegasus. I forgot what it's called, but and the basically what you'll see is this. It's not balanced because what happened is I realized my camera orientation was 180 degrees out. So I decided because I don't want to flip the pictures later. So I rotated it, and of course, when you do that, your flats get miscalibrated. So that's the reason why this is all white, noisy on this side, because the flat didn't calibrate. But the main thing is, hey, round stars, and I can get all that calibration. I took some new calibrations. These calibration frames were taken at 0 degrees, so I didn't push the cooling that much. But I've just taken a whole bunch of new ones at -20 degrees Celsius, so that should help everything with the noise and all that. This is just a bubble nebula, 3 × 5 minutes. This doesn't have any filter or anything, right? I mean, I didn't do any processing, and I'm just happy to see, the colors of the stars. They get a bit bloated though, clearly, because as you start to have longer exposures, especially with seeing conditions, the stars, my seeing wasn't very good. The seeing tends to not be very good in the winter here in Seattle. The air is very disturbed and stuff with these storms coming through. So whenever there's clear nights, even if it's a high pressure system, it creates that. And so I'm not surprised that I get large stars, just because, after 5 minutes, you're going to have a lot of bouncing around, right? So
it's beautiful, Cameron. It's beautiful.
Thank you, Nico. And then I have this one I'm really proud of. I love this one. 5 times, I guess this is, what's that? 5 times 5 minutes. This one is M76 from Perseus, the little dumbbell nebula. And look at that, I love this because you got the lobe structure on the outside. You got some nice colors on the end of the bars. See the central star. So, but I'm just getting started. Like this is my first round of longer exposures. Like I said, all this, you can see half of it's blown out because of the calibration was off. But now I figure out how to orientate my camera and everything. And I'm very happy. And this is the 183. And remember, 183 has a terrible amp-lobe glow. I can show you just as a sample. If I go to my Pro auto run, if I go to my dark frames, let's go to my dark frames at 0 degrees Celsius, and just to show you one of the let's not the 10-second, let's do the 300-second, which is a 5-minute sub. Okay, so 5-minute dark frame. Look at what happened. Look at the amp glow on this thing when it comes up. But I'm learning a lot as I go along, and let me just, when this comes up, hopefully pretty soon. Yeah, I'm going to be getting a new computer one of these days. It's still on a ship somewhere. Let's see here. Okay, well, while that's coming up, let's go back to these images. Okay, so that was M76 in Perseus. Then, of course, as you take longer exposures, you have a higher chance of airplanes flying by and interrupting your beautiful shot. So here's a nice, beautiful streak of an airplane coming through, photobombing my M33. So I was like, oh, but I have better ones. Then I got some longer exposure, and here this is 3 times 5 minutes, and look at that. Really nice structure, and you can see a lot of the nebulosity. This, I forgot, this is 204, I think, NGC 204. And then some of the other nebular structure. None of this, all this was with an IR cutoff filter. And so nothing else. This is 5 times 5, so this is 25 minutes. And then, and this is another galaxy, and I think I'm going to just skip ahead here. I was on, okay, this was the first night. Here it is, yeah. So I remember I was telling you about the amp flow. So look at this amp flow here, right? So if I go, but here's what you got to know about the amp flow, okay? So when you're taking darks, this is highly exaggerated because when you zoom in and you look at the histogram, you got to remember that you're down still in the noise, right? You're down below 1,000 here. So if you scroll this out here, if you move this over to the right, you know, the ampule goes away, right? So it just all is signal to noise. As you get better signal, and when you take these calibration frames and it takes out this noise, you start to learn about the math and the physics and all that, and you become smarter about how you can use this data. And so as you cool the camera, this bell curve distribution moves to the left because basically your noise goes down. And so you start to learn how to tweak that, and the result of all this would, if I just took a regular picture, it would be like, yeah, you know, you'd have this amplo, but as you can see with the actual picture, oops, this is another one. Sorry, I'm gonna come to that, Dorian. If you go back to the pictures, yeah. So if you look at, here's the ring nebula. Sorry, you can see there's no amplo. So what I wanted to show here on the ring nebula shot, here's a better picture. Yeah, so I'm jumping around. Where's the here? There we go. So this ring nebula picture, 4 times. I didn't get how many minutes. This is probably 30. Yeah, this is 5-minute exposures. What I want to show you here is I love catching this galaxy off to the side. This is a 15th magnitude galaxy. You can see the spiral arms on, and another advantage is, hey, Ring Nebula is directly overhead right now. So this was another excitement for me, you know, because I was using an alt-azimuth before. So it's so nice to be able to use the equatorial mount. And these are just simple things that, you know, everyone knows. But as I'm taking this journey, I'm just really enjoying being able to do this with my own gear now. And then here's another galaxy. This is like a 17th magnitude galaxy, but I'll get better at it. And then we get, this was, sorry about that. This is my Helix Nebula. Here we are. This is the one. Yeah, look at this picture. I mean, wow. I love this.
Nice. That's nice.
This is what you can get when you get an hour. Now, obviously, my focal length is cutting off the spiral arm, so it's screaming for a wider field. But with the 183, it's a, you know, it's not as big of a sensor. But look at the detail you can get on this nebulosity. You know, 204, you can see the H alpha regions, the hydrogen regions. This beautiful structure, and this here, and the significance of this picture, for me at least, and for everyone who's watching, is look at this, 12 times 5 minutes. Okay, 12 times 5 minutes. So that's like over an hour, right? Of well, actually an hour, 1 hour of, and I hear all this all the time. I see everyone's pictures like, yeah, I took 1 hour, and you know, everyone's casually saying that, you know, but you have to remember, and I can really appreciate, I want everyone to understand that in order to do an hour of integration time, and then post-process it, this is not even post-process, there is a lot of effort that's put into that. And there's a lot of knowledge and experience that comes with that. So, you know, as you go through the ropes, it's kind of nice to see the, you know, I'm just happy to share that I've made it kind of to the next level, right? I guess you could say, just to the, where I'm just on the cusp of kind of like, okay, now I can really say I can do astrophotography.
You were doing it before. You made a great step, Cameron. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Cameron.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome to the astrophotography world.
Oh no! Now he's addicted to the astrophotography world.
With headaches and everything. Welcome.
Yeah,
More
thank you.
cables, more cables.
More cables. Yeah, exactly. No, it's exactly. No, it's a really fun. So, it just gives you a lot more capabilities, and it just makes it so enjoyable. And why I'm so addicted to this now, beyond just astronomy in general, is what this astro imaging allows you to do is do exactly what we're doing now. Share and to be able to share, like, it's one thing. I've been observer, like I told you at the beginning, for many years, and I love observing. Don't get me wrong, that will always be there, but to be able to share this and have this experience with you all, it's really extra and it's special. It's very nice. Yeah.
Thank you.
So
Ken.
that's my little thing. Sorry, I took a little longer than I thought.
No, that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. We are going to take a 10-minute break. If you guys want to stick around for a little bit, we can have our after party, and then we'll wrap it up. So what do you think?
Sounds good.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I will leave you now, guys, because it's bedtime.
It's bedtime. All right.
Yeah, I need to work in a few hours. So have a great afternoon, and thanks to the audience. Thanks, Scott, Maxi, Cameron. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good seeing you again, Nico.
Thanks.
See you. Cheers.
Yeah.
No, Nico. Abrazo.
All right. Hey, Maxi. Hey, you've been doing great, man. You're a real trooper. You were even sick. How is it coming? It sounds like you're recovered now, right? Mostly.
Yes, I have the changing season flu. We had a little weeks summer week, and we are in spring, and well, with the air conditioner and the heat outside and sleeping bad, I have a little flu that, well, I never had that one before, because I was waking up with tears in my eyes, like,
Oh,
like
man.
it was something pushing, and it was awful.
Oh,
So
geez. Especially in summertime for you, right? I mean, this is getting, or
no, we have 1 month
spring.
get. We're in spring right now,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's a really rare weather we having right now, and well, we almost 1 month and a half, because the 21 of December is going to be summer here.
I bet you had allergies too, right? Did you get allergies? Do you think you have allergy too?
Yeah, we have this particular tree that we that it spare some spores, and we call it tilo, el tilo. This for some people is very bad, because they are every seconds sniffing and or they're, I don't know, that like something like that. It's very allergical, but I never had before. But not, right now I'm having this coughing.
Yeah.
Because this flu goes to my
chest, or your
my chest.
Yeah.
So, but I didn't have issues with breathing. I didn't have COVID and something like that.
That's good.
I felt like a normal flu, and
okay. Well,
and I could went this weekend outside. I slept a few hours in my car, and nothing happens. So it's temporary.
Yes, no, that's good. It's good to see you, man, on your feet, and a little bit hoarse with the throat, but give yourself a little bit of rest, and then you'll be fine. You will
Yeah.
come back. So, good man. So,
I tell last week to Scott that I had this this large voice from the other family. It was very deep.
oh
Something
yeah,
like that.
yes.
And when I was at work, because I went to work, I could well go to work, and when I answered the phone and hello, this is System Tuning, and I have this particular voice, Maxi. Yes, it's me.
It's me. You got your voice change.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, on another note, yeah, I really that session that you did last time, even though when you were really sick, you did that live, right? I mean, you were doing the live show as well. Right?
I think
that was
weekend.
Was it last week or the week before?
No, it was the before. In that side, I was outside, and we are pointing to everywhere.
That's a really fun.
Yeah, that was a really good night, and it was like, well, in that time it was like a little summer, because I was with my shorts, my t-shirts, and with almost with my feet on the ground.
Wow. How many hours of darkness do you get in the summer for
no, it's only, well, in the 21st of December, it's going to be maybe less than 6 hours.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Because the sun goes down almost 8 and past or 8.5 and of night, and then the sunrise, it comes maybe before the 6 a.m. Maybe 5 a.m. is really shining, and then goes up. So we don't have too many hours to do astrophotography.
Yes. What's your latitude again?
Right now I'm 34. latitude.
34. Oh, that's good. That's actually really good, because you're not so far south that you can still see a lot of the northern stuff.
I can see a triangle galaxy.
Yeah.
I can see Andromeda, but Andromeda is maybe 15 degrees above the horizon. So I only have it for if I have the horizon clear, maybe 3 or 4 hours up, and now it's coming very early, and I think the next month it will be when the sun goes down. It will be particularly at the north. So I only have 2 hours, and well, the season for Andromeda is in October here, and maybe a little in November. But M33 we have much more hours. I don't know if I can share the screen for a little while.
Yeah. Hold on. I can help you.
Awesome.
Okay.
Here you go.
Okay. I did this particular galaxy a couple of weeks ago, and well, no, this is October. Yeah. Here it was to the NGC 300, and I show what I did. Well, this is kind particularly. Oh, no, this is no. Where is the no? Was the with the N? I think it was this. Yeah. This is the almost 5 hours stacking of 2 nights.
Oh, you're making good use of your beautiful Newtonian. I love that. You know, with this. No, that's why you did it, right? Because it makes the star, the diffraction spikes make it so beautiful, right? I mean, on the brighter stars. That's fantastic. This is beautiful. Very, it's both scientific and also artistic at the same time, which it's a beautiful, that's what astronomy is, right? It's a beautiful, what I love about astronomy is it takes everything, right? I mean, you take, you know, what David, you know, David, right? His poetry, and the beauty of nature.
Yes.
And also the science behind it. And it's a beautiful combination.
Well,
I love it.
mean, really, you just think about the whole thing. It's such a beautiful story, anyways. These, you know, people looking to the furthest reaches of the universe and finding, you know, beauty and you know, inspiration that, you know, comes out in science, comes out in art, comes out in philosophy, religion, you know, all the things that
Stay
make,
there, Maxi. Stay there, Maxi. Yes. Yeah.
you know, humanity are there, you know, and we're not
Yes.
disconnected from it. I mean, this is all part of us, you know, so.
It's kind of like when Carl Sagan wrote that, right? I mean, and looking at Maxi's, you know, you got the pale blue dot, which is outwards looking in, right, towards all of humanity on one speck. And now we're looking at Maxi's picture here, looking out, and then you see all these tiny galaxies, like all over the place around this mega galaxy.
Yeah.
But they're, you know, they're probably even bigger than this galaxy. It's just they're so far away. And
Right.
there's a nice little cluster that you were zooming. That's why I said, sorry, Maxi. You said, hold it there. I mean, this is like a little cluster. I'm sure that's a cluster of
galaxies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like a mini cluster of galaxies. Oh my gosh. You know, like this is like probably 20th, you know, it might be 18th magnitude, you know, 19th magnitude. You're talking about like, wow. I mean, have you identified these on a star chart yet?
I didn't find it.
Yeah,
yet.
that would be really interesting. But this is a beautiful picture.
Well, thank you. I was fighting with the flats, and because the light pollution was really bad, and one night I had some clouds, and the stacking was 2 nights difference. But well, I wanna do some pictures in Alberti that last weekend, but I couldn't with Bortley 3. So I think it will going to be more detail on the galaxy and also in the deepest objects. So
Yes.
Yes. No, so
it's like we've got Maxi field here.
It's awesome. I love the deep field. It's hey, I wanted to quickly share another 2 pictures here, if I could. Let me just see you share my screen. Not nearly as good as that. So how long was that picture, Maxi? That one you showed? How many hours? Oh, Maxi, can you hear me?
Maxi, you're muted.
sorry, I was muted.
Yeah.
Yes, I was I was coughing, and it was 5 hours almost.
5
stacking.
hours. Wow. And which camera?
With the CWO 533 MC Pro.
Wow.
Without filters, only the comma corrector for the f4 and nothing else. Guiding the notebook. I want maybe someday this particular software, this ACA Pro or Plus.
Yes.
That I think it's very comfortable, but right now with the notebook and doing this live streaming through the other another computer goes okay, and it works. If I have light or electricity, that's okay.
Yes, yes. I was just.
It can wait.
Yeah. No, it's that is, and you did processing on that too, obviously, right? You got all your calibration and that.
Yes, I have
how much time did you spend on that?
No, one one entire night I left doing darks pictures. I have almost 100 dark pictures of 3 minutes, and cooled in here. And I don't know, my wife went to work, and when she came back at the morning, I was finishing the darks. So
that's beautiful.
it was inside of the house, of my house. That's is with the cooler camera is very good doing darks without waiting to finish the session of the pictures. You know, before with my DSLR camera, I had to do the dark pictures almost 1 hour before the sun goes up, and that was really stressing.
Yes.
Because you are losing 1 hour or maybe a little less of information to doing pictures of that same object. So well, in this case, I did this library at of 3 minutes, and well, I'm still using it, but I think in a couple months I have to do it again, and then and again.
Yes, yes, that's a beauty. And what was the name of that galaxy again, or the index?
The NGC 300.
300. Is that in Sculptor or?
It's nearby. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a nice one. Oh, I would love that. Oh, pale blue dot. Yes, Scott. Yes.
I'm going to read the pale blue dot before we close. So.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm just gonna. So two quick. Yes, let's. I just want to show a couple more pictures.
Sure.
Just briefly here. So I was just trying to. Let me share my screen. Oh yeah. Okay. So I was just. I got a. I decided to test out NGC 891. Which is a beautiful galaxy in Andromeda. It's a nice edge on, and it really shows up beautiful, obviously in a large aperture scope. Like
it's like a needle galaxy, right?
It's like a needle galaxy, but it's in my mind it's more interesting in the way that it's in a richer field of stars. And it also has much more structure in modeling. The needle galaxy, 4565 is really awesome, but this 891 has its own unique beauty. And let me just share again, nothing awesome, but it's only two times 5 minutes, and again, not calibrated. But look at that, right? It's amongst all these stars. Not obviously nearly as good as your picture, but I'll get there. But the point is that this is something that, look at all those stars that are along the dust lanes, and what's really neat is visually, if you're in a dark sky and you have a large aperture scope, you actually see this, right, Scott? I mean, you've seen this, I'm sure, many times.
Yes.
But you can actually see exactly what you're seeing here. Obviously it's very pronounced and clear here, but
NGC 891 is really one of my favorite galaxies here too. So
yeah, it's nice. It's And what I just love, because it's very clear and it's a very wide dust lane, and the disk and the brightness kind of, it doesn't have the bulge is not as pronounced and as distinct. It's kind of really kind of like a really spread out. The disk and the brightness goes all the way along here. And I love the rich stars. And when you're in a larger telescope, and obviously with longer exposures, that star field just gets richer and richer, and it's just like, wow, it's very beautiful. It's like suspended. Okay, and then the last picture I'll show, sorry, is I wanted to show the Cocoon Nebula without nebula filter, and this is really neat because this is only 20 minutes. I mean, again, I'm playing with. Sorry.
Cameron,
Yeah.
we are seeing the BlueStack software.
Oh, okay. Let me stop sharing and reality share. Thank you. Okay, so can you see it now?
Oh yeah, right now, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So here's this one here. It's 4 times 5 minutes. And I wanted to show, this is without any filter, just a straight shot, and of course no stretching or anything. But this is actually a very elusive object. If you don't take a long enough exposure and you don't get enough signal with the noise, you don't get anything. So this is just showing what you can do when you have 5 minutes. This is 20 minutes total exposure time. You can actually get some pretty good structure on this guy. And again, it was another example where I could point overhead, and because this is in Cepheus, and right now that's directly over. So I'm really pleased with this, to be able to see some structure, some color, and also some of the dark nebulosity around it. So
right. From Seattle.
From Seattle, exactly.
From a patio.
From a patio, exactly. So yeah.
That's amazing.
But now I really want to hear the ultimate, and the reason why I came on. I want to hear your soliloquy, or Scott, of our famous Carl Sagan.
Yeah, I just have to read this. I haven't practiced it. I don't have any special cadence or anything like that. I'm not a guy who reads poetry or anything like that. But I think this is an appropriate time to contemplate this. The pale blue dot here. And we've talked about it a lot, but this is, of course, is the pale blue dot shot. This was redone, reprocessed from the original Voyager shot 25 years afterwards. Carl Sagan, presented the pale blue dot image in 1990. And in 1994, I believe it was, he wrote, this is an excerpt of what he wrote about this image. And he says, look again at that dot. That's here, that's home, that's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being that ever was lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering, thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines, every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam. The earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena. Think of the rivers of blood spilled by all those generals and emperors so that in glory and triumph, they could become the momentary masters of a fraction of a dot. Think of the endless cruelties visited upon the inhabitants of one corner of this pixel on a scarcely distinguishable inhabitants on some other corner, how frequent their misunderstandings, how eager they are to kill one another, how fervent their hatreds. Our posturings, our imagined self-importance, the delusion that we have some privileged position in the universe are challenged by this point of pale light. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to help us save us from ourselves. The Earth is the only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate. Visit, yes. Settle, not yet. Like it or not, for the moment, the Earth is where we make our stand. It's been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home we've ever known. That is something that I took it upon myself to read every morning for a month. It just seemed so perfect. It put things in such perspective for me, and when you look at that image and you think in those terms, it really, if that doesn't give you a perspective of what's right and what you should be doing with your life, I don't know what does. So
happy birthday, Carl.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Yeah,
Happy birthday.
it's a really it's a masterpiece, and it's every time I've watched that video, which you can't show,
which I can't show. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I understand.
It would be so much better with Carl Sagan's own.
No. And when I hear those words, it's so moving. It rocks you to your soul. It speaks to you on all levels, and anyone, as you gain experience in life and you put it all together and you start to learn perspective. And why do people fight? What's the point? What's the point? I just don't. And I now, with recent times and also with COVID and all that, it's like it's become even more apparent that it's futile. Fighting and all that, it doesn't serve any purpose, except in the early days when you were just starting, just for survival, right? There's that built-in instinct of humanity. Sure. But now we have so much capability and so much wealth,
we could feed the world many times over.
Yeah,
there's no reason much we can do.
There's no reason. We got to use our brains. We got to use this brain matter, a little more. And it's really nice to be able to have insight to that, and Carl really captures and encapsulates a lot of that beautifully. Just awesome. Yeah.
What an amazing gift for him to give to all of us,
Yes. So, thank you, Scott. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you. On that note,
I think we will say goodnight.
Yeah. That's a good way to end. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
until next time.
Until next time. So our next global star party is next Tuesday. It is on the occasion of the Leonid meteor shower, and so that's a great meteor shower when it's going strong. I don't know what the current predictions are like, but I'll study up on it. And I've seen fireballs from the Leonids before, and they're amazing. So hopefully it's clear on that, leading up to those nights, and I'll try to get some information to prep you for it. But the theme of the next global star party is called Falling Stars. So until that time, you guys keep looking up, and we will see you. We'll see you tomorrow on our next show at 4 o'clock. So take care and thanks for watching.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Good night.